Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. I am Alex, and joining me this morning or today is Trishala in Amakhala and Ralph in Kariga. This is a live and interactive experience. Please do send through any questions or let me know what you'd like to see today or chat about. This is your safari, and I'm very happy that you are joining me on this live adventure through the African wilderness. Just to recap on what we did have yesterday, we did have 11 species of mammals. So I'm hoping today that we do also have another bumper day. We are here in Mashatu, and I was currently watching a couple of quelea that were down at the waterhole busy drinking. There were quite a number of them, but they seem to have pushed off for now. So I will just have a scan around here and just keep you guys posted as to what else is on. There were a few wildebeest as well just now, but they also have moved off. These warthog have also been around this morning, and they have been wallowing. It does seem to be that it's the same pair that was hanging around yesterday. There's a big boar as well as the sow. And that big boar has massive tusks, so he is definitely quite an old boar. It does take some time for them to grow tusks that size. So I am going to try and give you guys a better look, and then we'll chat about a few other things and maybe recap one or two other things from yesterday. In terms of weather for today, though, it is quite cool currently in Mashatu. It's around 24 degrees. Up in Okakuyo, it's about 22. And in the Sabi Sand, it is 23 degrees. But it is definitely going to get warmer throughout the day, and we probably will hit around the mid-30s in all three of these locations. I do think the Eastern Cape and Amakhala and Kariga will probably be far cooler, though. And these might make for some better viewing experiences once the roaming teams are with us. But good just to watch this warthog have a little sip. They probably will be frolicking in the mud just now as well, and I'm sure the elephant will definitely show up as well. It's very interesting to note where these warthog are currently. Yesterday we did have two hyena, and they were literally plonked right where these warthog are right now, and they were basically just chilling in the water trying to escape the heat, and they did spend most of the day with us yesterday, so we will keep an ear out because they do splash quite a bit. They aren't the silentest of walkers, and they do enjoy water when it is hot, so it's not uncommon to see them sitting in water or in mud baths either. Sometimes you do see them caked with mud too, and they do this just to cool down and regulate as well. Morning, Mike. Yes, I'm also excited. It's going to be a wonderful day, I'm sure. I do hope, as I said, that we can top our list from yesterday in terms of mammals. As I said, we did get 11 across my different locations. So we're going to try and keep that up. But currently we are on one, just because we haven't seen anything else while we've been live. So we will try and keep that up, and we will try and see if we can match or better it. Quite a relaxing morning so far, though. These warthog are very, very, very chilled. Nothing really to disturb them just yet. Also interesting, you can see that the front warthog there is the boar, just because of his pronounced warts on his face as well. The females also have warts, but the male's warts are always more pronounced. Always lots of guinea fowl around as well in Mashatu. Guinea fowl are quite an interesting bird as well. Some people call them the bush chickens. And some of their relatives being the crested guinea fowl I call the disco chickens, just because of their crests. They do look like they are almost like Rasta characters as well. There's always something interesting going on with guinea fowl too. They always are busy scratching and moving around. They're always noisy too. And they're quite alert birds as well. It's interesting though, there is a limit in terms of how long they will breed, specifically the females. So they actually reach an age of around 7 or so, and then they they don't breed. So it's the younger females that generally breed and have the chicks. But I'm going to scroll out here and just see if anything else has decided to join us this morning. It's always fun watching warthogs. Morning, Jessica. I suppose a bucket list item for me isn't necessarily on the continent, but I am looking forward to going walking tigers in Nepal. Big cats, and I hope to see all the big cats at some point in my life. So bucket list items are the big cats. I have seen the majority of them in Africa so far, but a melanistic leopard would also be great, and you do find them up in East Africa, in Laikipia. So that would probably be a bucket list item around here. Obviously, the majestic things like pangolin, they're always cool. I did actually see my first aardwolf this last December, and that was a bucket list item for sure. But seeing another one of those would also be great. And you do actually get them in Mashatu, so who knows? Maybe one of these days we might be lucky and we might see an aardwolf down here. Great to see this giraffe drinking so far as well. So we are now on 2, and we have the Kori bustard as well. There were 3 odd around yesterday, and I can see 2 there currently. It's not uncommon to see them in bigger numbers as well, but we'll wait and see what happens. What is interesting also about Kori bustards is they don't actually have a preening gland. They actually dust bathe themselves in terms of when they are cleaning themselves. So, like most birds have preening glands, and that is to keep their feathers nice and clean and oily. Kori bustards don't have that gland. So it is something that does differentiate them. As I was saying the other day, they are very prehistoric looking, and we will try and get one drinking now. It looks to me that they are quite relaxed. So we probably will see that. I think the one in the back will be. So I will try and zoom in so we can have a look at that. Do have an impala in the background, but I am trying to just have a look and see if these Kori bustard will have a drink for us. It's interesting to see where that other warthog is over there, how much bigger this wallow has started to get over the last few days as it does start to get hotter, and the rains are obviously a month or 2 off, so it will start. We are actually at the expanse really of the dry season, and it will start to attract more animals down here because it will get very hot in Mashatu. And I'm pretty sure that this wallow will grow. But as you can see, that one Kori bustard in the back is drinking. It's been quite interesting to note that they do sit like that when they do drink. Some of the time when they come down, otherwise they are up. Here's our first impala for the day. And the second. I think going forward I'll also try and keep a tab on how many birds we've seen on the different cameras too, and then we can actually just keep a metric over the different days where I'm around, and we can try and better or match these as we go along. If you haven't joined us before, where these rocks are is actually where the borehole pump is, and that pumps into this dam, and that is where the fresh water is. So a lot of the animals actually like to come this side just because the water is fresher, in particular the elephants. So we will, I'm sure, at some stage see the ellies coming this side, enjoying the fresh water that is here. We haven't seen the croc in the last 2 days, so I'm hoping that maybe it will show itself, but who knows? We can't script the bush. And it will just decide on what is going to be shown for us as and when it will. So quite a nice herd of impala that have joined us right now. They also seem to be very relaxed. Doesn't seem to be that those hyena have hung around, but who knows, they could be around a bit later. Just want to get a scope on how many impala actually are here, but it does seem to be quite busy this morning again, and yesterday was very busy here in Mashatu. The giraffe in the background. So we're just going to sit here for a little longer and see what else might come through, and then we'll probably go and have a look and see what is going on up in Ukakuja in Etosha. But great to see good numbers of impala around. Interestingly enough, I haven't seen any spurfowl or franklin around the waterhole just yet. But that might also change over the course of today, so we will keep our eyes peeled. It's sometimes a little hard to get into or zoom into some of them, just so I don't want to pixelate for you guys. But I will also keep an ear open. I have obviously heard them in Djuma, and that's more than likely the Natal franklin or spurfowl. Just because they prefer water, and you generally do find them in watercourses or around watercourses. But as we sit here and we watch these impala, love to see what Trishala is up to this morning. And we're going to head on over to her in Amakhala.
Impala, that sounds lovely. Here we have some zebra. And not the usual type that we get to see. Here we have mountain zebra. So we're in a section of the reserve at Amakhala. Oh, the one's bucking a little bit. It's the first time I've seen a mountain zebra bucking like that. So in this section of the reserve, this is where we find mountain zebra. In the other section, the zebra that I'd shown you previously, those are Birchel's or common zebra. And this is Trishala, and I've got BK on camera with me, and we're very happy to welcome you to Escape to Nature and Amakhala, and to start us off with these lovely mountain zebras. So you might already kind of be able to tell the difference. You might think maybe this zebra looks a little bit different to the ones you're used to seeing. And the main striking feature that helps me tell them apart just instantly is that their stripes are closer together, but particularly their belly doesn't have any barring, no stripes at all. It's white. And so if they lie down, which they do often to rest, or sometimes they move around in the sand to scratch themselves and to get sand into between their hairs to get out parasites and things like that, that you can see that they have a white belly, no lines at all, apart from the black stripe that runs from kind of their behind towards their belly, but none of the barring across. So that's the easiest way to tell them apart, and essentially that's basically the defining feature. But they are a completely different species to the common zebra or plain zebra or Birchel's zebra. It's gone through many names, that zebra has. For me, they seem just generally mountain zebra always appear to be just a little bit more nervous than the Birchel's zebras. Actually, I'm just going to start calling it plain zebra. I'm used to using Birchel's zebra, but it's no longer as correct as the plain zebra. So I find these mountain zebra just a little bit nervous compared to the plain zebra. And also, mountain zebra like these are listed as vulnerable. So there's fewer of them around. I also think that their ears look a little bit rounder. That was quite cute. Than the plain zebra. I'm just going to be quiet for a moment. I can hear some lovely bird calls. It's a really nice hot day at Amakhala, or rather, it should be. But the air is still very, very cold for some reason. But apparently it's going to get up to 30 degrees. And that means we're going to hear a lot of nice bird calls now when the air is still cooler. But before we have a bit of a silent moment here, let's get to Cassie's question. Cassie, you are asking if their stripes help them to camouflage. In a way, they do. So this is quite a long discussion. The stripes are the point of a lot of contention. Why do zebras have these stripes? Because clearly they don't help it blend into the environment very well. But it does help them blend into each other quite well. So if we have a herd of zebra and they're all standing together and a predator comes through, it can be very, very difficult to define the outline of one individual. And that's pretty important because the majority of in fact, all predators, there's an effort that goes into catching their prey. So they tend to single out an individual. And if you're all standing together in a herd and you all look like one giant stripy thing that kind of resembles a zebra, it can be really difficult to pick out that one individual that you want to go for. And if you don't pick out one individual, it kind of just becomes a chaotic mess of trying to go for this one and then that one, and it lowers the success rate of the predator. Now, the other reason for, or some of the other reasons for that we've thought about for stripes, or hypotheses, is that the black and white obviously is reflecting and absorbing light differently. Black is absorbing lots of light, and the white is reflecting lots and lots of light. And what that does is it creates microcurrents of different pressures. So essentially air current is just different pressures. So you've got really warm air rising off the black stripes, and that's creating a certain amount of pressure. And then the white stripes are creating a different type of pressure. And when those interact, they create these microflow or micro air flows along the body that could assist with thermoregulation. Again, these are hypotheses. And then the last hypothesis is one that I quite like. And that's because zebras are often plagued by pests, particularly flies. The black and white makes it very difficult for flies to land on them. And it could have been an adaptation to avoid pests and, mortality associated with pests. I like this one because I can't remember if it was genetically modified zebra or what it was, but I think it was when the quokka was still alive. So the quokka is not fully striped. And so the quokkas were more often being mobbed by pests than zebra were, despite being in the same area. And it was, I suppose that might have been the first time the hypothesis came out that perhaps the stripes help in that way. And it kind of does make sense because black and white can be confusing for many animals, especially if they're repetitive like this with this pattern. But the point here is actually that it is not one reason for zebras to have these stripes. It could be that initially they herd animals, and they the more stripy they were, the less likely they were to be attacked. Then those stripes are beneficial for something else, like thermoregulation, and beneficial to make sure that they don't get tsetse flies on them. It doesn't have to be one of those reasons. It can be a combination of them all. In fact, one can lead to the other as well. And that happens often where you see that, for example, with birds and their beaks, we often think of their beaks being perfectly suited to their diet, but beaks do other things too. Beaks clean, and if an animal can't reach its chest with its beak because it's disproportionate or whatever, that's going to be a problem. So you see, one adaptation or a part of their anatomy or coat or color can have several benefits. And I always like to say it's survival of the fit, not the fittest, because once something works, if a problem doesn't present itself, and it might be a strange adaptation, then it will persist. Look at how aware, especially the two on the side are of us. The one in the middle is, it's okay. The one on the right has decided, we're not that bad. We promise we're not that bad. You're getting a lot of attention. I love how their ears move like that. Anyway, let us get back to what we were doing before we got that wonderful question, and that's to just enjoy the sighting in a bit of silence.
Some say it's a game of chance, luck, even divine providence. Others would call it your grandma's weekly fix. Yes, we are talking about bingo. Join us in celebration of World Animal Day. For the most gripping game of safari bingo to date, our naturalists will be going head to head on a hunt to spot the animals you have chosen. It's sure to be one for the book.
Not much has changed there. I thought they were going to go down the slope there, but they've decided that we are too interesting, and we have decided that you are too interesting, mountain zebra. Their ears remind me a little bit of a donkey's ears. So there are two subspecies of mountain zebra. There's the Cape mountain zebra, and then there's Hartmann's mountain zebra. So these are Cape mountain zebra, and they were once, so at one time their areas would overlap, so populations would overlap, and they might be inbreeding or interbreeding, breeding rather. But now their populations are quite distinctly different or separate. And I find this quite interesting because that's how speciation happens, when things developed into a different species and kind of take on their own path. So though I, or really anybody alive at the moment, won't be alive by the time that these zebras maybe speciate into something or change even more, I find it really interesting to be at this point where they're separate now, and even though we may not see changes between the Hartmann zebra and the Cape Mountain zebra, there could be the potential for lots of changes happening in them, and that makes me quite excited. Genetically, there are already some distinctions. But remember, they're not completely different species. They're still considered subspecies. But I find that very interesting. They've been staring at us for quite some time, I must say. Oh, Baobab Girl, that's a really good question. You'd like to know, why is there a difference in mane length between the different zebras? So earlier when we were talking about the stripes, and we were saying that sometimes it's not, it can work for one thing, and then it stays because it's not causing any harm to the zebra. With manes, it's pretty much that too, because manes are essentially decorative, for a lack of a better term. They are helpful. If your mane is standing up straight, then you can appear larger. If, say, a lion is grabbing hold of your neck, then your mane can give it extra cushioning. So mane length is not really really important. So basically the difference in mane length is not particularly important, at least with the knowledge we have at the moment. Manes are a really great indication of a zebra's health. If they're flopping over, then something's probably not okay. But the difference in length is neither a problem nor is it particularly beneficial. So maybe sometime in the past, having a longer or shorter mane had a specific purpose, and maybe that purpose doesn't exist anymore. But there's the genetics or the genes still exist for, say, a long mane or a short mane within subpopulations and even subspecies or different species of zebra. So the genes still remain, even though the use of that thing is now redundant. It's kind of like what is the word I'm looking for? Vibrissae. So along our upper lip, our as in us humans, along our upper lip, we still have, I was going to say a moustache, but a moustache is not we still have hairs in our upper lip. There we go. I'll just call it hairs. Don't want to make anyone feel. Anyway, so we have hairs in our upper lip, but they're not really useful anymore. And essentially, at one point, those would have been our vibrissae. And vibrissae for animals are ways in which they pick up on the breeze, movement as they go through small spaces. They're whiskers. So these upper lip hairs are essentially whiskers. Not all the hairs, though, particularly the ones at the corners of the mouth, at the ends. But those are of no use to us anymore. But we still have the genes that produce those. Now, hairs are hairs, and vibrissae are vibrissae, and they are quite different. So the hairs at the ends of your mouth are more sensitive to those that are maybe under your nose. And that's because of those genes that still exist in us. So with zebra, they may still have genes that say, hey, long mane or short mane. That's how we end up with vestigial parts. Snakes with vestigial legs, things like that. But I would say with a zebra's mane, it is possessing the mane is obviously not causing it any trouble, and so it persists. It's those types of things that don't cause it any trouble but persist and can sometimes be useless otherwise that are often used for sexual selection. So maybe a female says, oh, your mane is a little longer, or actually I like the mane a little bit shorter, and then that becomes the preference for mating, and then essentially those genes are the ones that get passed on. Those kinds of things, like with birds and their colorful feathers, and oftentimes really long feathers that can be very cumbersome for them to fly with, like a whydah, but they attract a mate. So there could be a whole lot of reasons, or a combination of, for the mane of zebras. Oh, we've got the head down, relaxing a little bit. I'm glad to know it. Lovely. Well, let me send you over to Alex, who's in Djuma, and we're going to keep on going, see what other fantastic animals we can find for you.
Thanks very much, Trishala, and very interesting to hear about vibrissae and how hair differ. We do have some hairy other animals right here, the waterbuck. They are also known for their hair being hollow. And what they do when they do run into water is they actually secrete an oil, and the oil is what actually keeps those hair dry. And that actually allows them then to enter the water, which they would do to flee certain predators, maybe lion or leopard. It is noted that they do use water as a refuge. But these three bulls that were around, there are two currently in frame. There's a third that is a little bit more to the right of us. And they were actually mock fighting just now. They do seem to be a bit young. The other one that we might see just now is a bit bigger. But very interesting fact is that those hairs are actually hollow, and they do have quite a hairy neck, and that is actually supposed to help with buoyancy when they are in the water. But we haven't seen that just yet, so if we do get the opportunity to do that, I will chat a little bit further about it. But good just to watch these guys and have them so close to us. You can also see the quintessential toilet seat mark on the back of that backside over there. Obviously many stories that have been told around that. I don't want to just go into that just yet. They do also seem to be quite relaxed. But nice to see them here in Djuma in this cooler morning. It did seem to be overcast as well. So maybe there's a possibility of rain later for everyone, but who knows? It can change quite quickly. There are two recognized subspecies or species of waterbuck. These, the common and then the Defasa. And apparently there are actually 13 subspecies that are recognized in total. So there are 2 separated and then apparently 13 in total. So that would be 13 different races of waterbuck. But these right here are the common, and the Defasa are a little bit more red and they lack that white on their backsides. Or the ring at least. They do actually have a lighter part on them, but they are far more redder, more russet in color. There's our third, and he is the biggest. I'll actually zoom into them, or into him. Also great that the wind has dropped down today. We do have another species on our mammal list so far. So what's very interesting about these waterbuck is their closest cousins would be the Setatunga and the Lechwe, both of which we don't get down here or actually at any of the camps we will be at today or feeds. But it is interesting just because those are more of the aquatic antelope that we get in Africa. All 3 of them have a tendency to be found in and around water. As I spoke about the wind, it is picking up again. Let's just see where the other 2 are. I think everyone's kind of relaxing out. Quite iconic, the shape of their horns. Quite intimidating as well. I wouldn't like to be on the back end of one of those, specifically the big one on the right. Can actually see them ruminating, so chewing the cud. Being obviously part of the Bovidae family, they do ruminate. And again, we also have the Aramark babblers in the background. Always a raucous sound with them around. Actually always quite cool to hear as well. Also have the emerald spotted wood dove calling in the background too. One of my favorite sounds in the bush. You do hear them often in Djuma, or in this part of the world in the Lowveld. Quite cool to get this close-up footage. This camera is always great. does allow us to do these things. It's quite clear as well. But good just to sit and watch a male waterbuck chew its cud. See if the others have got up. It does look like that. No, still chilling. Always very relaxing just to listen to the different bird sounds that are around. Very immersive in terms of just being able to watch wildlife do nothing, just relax and listen to birds. I just want to pan around and see if anything else might have joined us this morning. I did see some impala as well just now, but we have been seeing impala quite regularly. Yep, there are impala, and it does look like that is Dewey and his girlfriend. Perhaps we might see the calf this morning as well. Yep, definitely Dewey. See if he's going to be a bit more active for us, but it does look like he is just chilling out. So I want to see if our yellow-billed stork is around from yesterday too. Perhaps even the jacana that was around earlier. So we are just going to pan around and see if we can see anything different. It does look like those waterbuck are just going to sit there for a minute. As well as Dewey, he doesn't seem to be doing too much either. Hi Nina. Of course, in areas where the water is very low, the hippo will actually submerge themselves in the mud, so they would use that as a sunscreen. But with the water this high in this dam, I don't think there would be a need, just because they would submerge themselves in the water as opposed to the mud. But definitely in areas of drought, when there is drought and there is more mud than water, the hippo will use the mud to submerge themselves in, and they will use that as a sunscreen as well. Quite a relaxing Sunday morning here so far. Doesn't seem like there's anything to bother anyone. It is a little bit windy as well, so that's probably affecting the weather. Maybe blowing those clouds away. Morning, Sue. So waterbuck obviously are quite robust, and when they do start to mate or come into, so they actually are weaned at around 18 months odd, and you'll probably find that the bulls will then come into their, I suppose their prime at around 5 to 6 years of age. If that does answer your question. Can be, it can depend on the amount of waterbuck that are in the area and the dominance or size of the other bulls that might be around. But generally between around 5 and 6, I would say that they would have hit their prime. And once obviously in prime, then that would mean that they would obviously be in line for mating rights. There is also no recognized, I suppose, rut for them. They can breed all year round, just also because of their diet requirements and where they are found. But they do tend to peak their births during the summer. So obviously there would be more food in summer. So like with most antelope, they would obviously have, or generally have calves in the summer, but it doesn't mean to say that they are restricted to having their calves then as well. And it is roughly a gestation of around 9 months. Many thanks, Marianne. Great to hear good comments like that. Interesting that you say a 7 out of 10. But I suppose, everyone has their own opinions. But I'd agree that a 7 out of 10 is high. So, long may we find more 7 out of 10s and higher for you. Once again, I am just going to pan around and see. It does look like these young Impala ram are trying to test each other out, although the one on the left is way smaller than the one on the right. So definitely barking up the wrong tree if you ask me. Morning, Melanie. Well, it doesn't seem that there are any predators around, so they are quite relaxed at the moment. So, obviously, if there was something around, I'm sure they would be definitely on the alert. But as it stands, it doesn't look like anything is around, and they do also have their refuge of the water right in front of them. So, as I was mentioning earlier, if there was something to come around, their flight or flight response would probably be to run into the water. Might be an interesting interaction with Dewey the hippo. They are also known to sometimes attack animals that do come into their territory. have seen that happen before. I've also seen some footage of that happening before, where they've actually killed antelopes that have been chased in, sometimes by wild dog, sometimes by lion as well. But obviously it would depend on the time of the year, the height of the river or water source as well. That might make them more temperamental. But these waterbuck would definitely use that water over here as a refuge. So they would run into there, and that oily secretion that they put onto their coats would help them stay waterproof. But as mentioned, Dewey the hippo might not be too happy about that. Just going back to what we were talking about earlier, so the bulls will obviously mature at around 5 or 6 years of age. It might depend on the area. And the girls, the females, they will mature or sexually mature at around 2 to 3 years. So there's quite a difference in age, but there's also quite a difference in size between the males and females as well. Males can actually get up to around 240 kg, so that's a very big antelope, if you ask me. Very robust and quite stocky. Sound like we also have Birchall starling as well around. Seem to have been the major calling factor so far here this morning. So as we were talking about the males and females and the differences, so only the males have horns in the waterbuck. They are sexually dimorphic, and the females are quite a bit smaller than the males. So a fully grown bull, as I just mentioned, will be around 240 kgs. So quite a big animal when you get to that size, and obviously that is quite intimidating if you were to take that on as a predator as well. Can hear a sunbird as well, white-bellied sunbird in the background. And let's see if Dewey has anything to show us. But apparently there are 3 now, so he does have a girlfriend and they do have a calf, but I'm yet to see the calf. We did get a glimpse of 2 hippo yesterday. He looks like he is fast asleep, to be completely honest. Suppose it's a Sunday in the bush as well. So I do want to go and have a look somewhere else. It does seem like it's quietened down a little bit here, or the action at least in Djuma. We will keep an eye out for everyone. Anything that interesting that does come through, we will come and have a look again. I just want to have one last pan. And possibly take us back to Mashatu. It seems like the action is starting to get a bit hotter there again. It's always good to make sure that we follow the action. yeah, it does seem to be a bit quiet. We will just have one last little look at the waterbuck. We might not see them again later.
Have you heard? World Animal Day is on its way, and with it, a very exciting game of Animal Bingo. Join in on the fun with your very own Animal Bingo shirt. And who knows, perhaps wearing one of these lucky shirts in support of your favorite naturalist could help them win. Find this and more in the Wild Earth shop today.
So our wildebeest have just left us. And the giraffe seems to have just gone behind that little thicket over there on the left. But we do have the quarry busted here. So I'm just going to keep a little pan going, if the camera will allow. And we will see what else is around, because the warthog were still around earlier. And it was fun to watch them wallowing. They might have pushed off as well. Also our Egyptian goose that's been hanging around since yesterday too. Just bear with me quickly. Just want to see if anything has come down to this other little wallow that's here on the left of us. Sometimes there are things that we don't think about. We do have the lapwing, so we do have the lapwing at all three dams, and here's this blacksmith lapwing right here. I'll try actually, see if we can have a better look at it. generally quite noisy around the dams and they don't like getting disturbed by anything else. So we'll always hear them when numbers of animals pick up around the waterholes. Hi Betty, yes they very much do, although probably the more sinister kind of ostrich baby. Those beaks of theirs are pretty formidable and they are known to take a variety of different prey. They are obviously omnivorous, but they do take things like chameleons, other little baby bird species, so little chicks, and they will take lizards and that as well, but they do eat seeds and other fruit too. But yes, they do look like baby ostriches. So as I pan around this little dam here in Mashatu, just a reminder to everyone, this is a live, interactive and immersive experience. So please do send through any questions or let me know if you have anything you would like to see or chat about. This is your safari and I'm very happy that you're joining me on the live adventure, on this live adventure, at least in the wilderness. There we go. Something interesting for us to see. So the giraffe are coming through and we will try and get a better view of them now as well. Looks like a little two smaller giraffes. They're quite young. We'll try and get a better look as well. Let's see if I can't zoom in. Little bit waylaid by the control sometimes, so it does lag. So I'm just trying to make sure that I do keep us in the right frame and I get the right zoom going, because it's a little bit of a mission to pull out sometimes. Oh, it's maybe a good thing that that did happen, because these giraffes seem to be pushing across at the moment. Oop. Obviously giraffe are always generally quite skittish around water. There's a wildebeest there in the background as well. Seems to be just being rattled by the wildebeest. There are quite a few predators around in the area, and I mean, I personally have seen lion in this area myself. They do seem to congregate a little bit more north of here in the central parts of Mashatu, but there are definitely lion, cheetah and leopard around, and we did have our 2 hyena that I mentioned yesterday that hung around the whole day. So there's a plethora of predator life around. We haven't seen anything else other than the hyena. However, that could very well change throughout the course of the day. Try to take us in closer to the Corey Bastard again. Hi Ingrid, that's a very interesting question. And they will kind of have a loose territory. However, they have been noticed to be up to about 40 individuals in a sighting at times. So it would be quite a loose association, I would assume, but it would probably be more territorial within the breeding season or when they are breeding. So the males then would obviously fight for a hierarchy or for mating rights. But you could assume, I mean, we did have 3 of them around yesterday. So, I mean, these guys are probably more just resident to the area. It's quite interesting. We do have the Quelea going off here on the right. So they would kind of hang around, I suppose, once they've kind of set up. But they wouldn't necessarily, well, I mean, the females won't necessarily fight for territory. And the males would only really fight for mating rights. So it's more of a loose association, but they will obviously be resident or common in areas. So they're more prevalent in certain areas and not so in others. Great just to have those Jerrys hanging around, but I am having a few issues with this camera here, so I do want to also have a look at Okakujo. We haven't been there yet this morning. And there are a few things hanging around. It has been quite busy there as well, and I'm hoping that the Ellies from yesterday also come through again. But we will wait and see. So good to see the springbok back and in the water. You can also hear the Cape Crows calling. I'm going to try and get a little bit closer on the springbok. Little pied crow in the background, and you can actually see on some of these springbok that are, well, I suppose, facing away from us, that white patch on their rumps. That is that hair that actually comes up, and it's almost like a mohawk when they are prancing around. That is when they are showing how athletic they are to different predators, and sometimes also when they are showing themselves, so the males are competing as well, how active or athletic they might be. But it is a telltale sign of a true springbok. And that is the differentiator between them and true gazelles. Other gazelles do not have that. So it's almost like a little mane that comes up like a ridge on their backs. You might have seen this, but you can actually note it from here when they do face away from us. That white is the bottom part of that mane. Nice that we have the Zeb joining us as well today, and we are slowly making some headway with our species list, at least the mammals one. Now, so as mentioned earlier, I did start a bird list as well, but that might that'll probably change quite a lot, I'm sure, over the next few days. So unfortunately, it does sound like the JCB is coming back into us. We are just waiting just for the other comms to come alive, but it is definitely the JCB from yesterday that chased away all the game. There must be something going on up here in Okukujo. So where we are up here in Okukujo is actually the largest lodge or camp in Etosha. So there is clearly something that is going on, and that is why the JCB is around. So it isn't that this camera is quite remote. It obviously is being in Etosha, but this Okukujo camera is the dam in front of the main camp lodge. So that is why there is a little bit of movement going on, and unfortunately we can't avoid it. So please just bear with us for a second. We will obviously go to somewhere else where we don't have these ambient sounds. I will pan in closer to the zebra again. It's always quite cool to watch them drink too. So always cool just to watch how deep these guys wade into the water. Something I always keep an eye on when we are watching here. Obviously get more confident springbuck or other wildlife as well that come in. I suppose it also depends on the temperature of the day as well as to how far they're willing or how deep they're willing to go in. But that little one over there seems to be going quite deep itself. Sound of the crows is almost quite gothic. Or at least I find it quite gothic. Reminds me of eerie times or things. I suppose coming up to Halloween it is quite pertinent. It's a very deep springbuck over there. Let's just come out again. It does seem that the JCB has left for a minute, so that's quite a bit better. We did actually have a number of elephants around here yesterday, and they hung around for the whole day, so it was quite hectic to watch just because they pushed everything else away. But there were different family members or family herds coming through, as well as different parties of bulls as well. But they all seem to be quite placid and relaxed, which is interesting to see because normally interactions like that can lead to a bit of a bun fight. We do have more wildebeest coming through, so that's always great. We didn't see them here yesterday, so another one to add for here. Let's have a look at these Gnu. So these are the brindle Gnu. You actually get the white-maned Gnus, and those are up in East Africa. And the western, I think it's the western white-maned is the one that is got the highest numbers, and those are obviously the ones that migrate through the Serengeti and Masai Mara systems and Ngorongoro Crater. But these are the brindle Gnus, and we do have some oryx coming through in the back as well. Some interesting birds, it seems. It might just be crows, though I can't see from this distance. I'm trying to zoom in. Yep, just the crows. So, but we can actually have a look at them. They're actually quite cool. As I said, eerie, or at least their calls are. And it's almost Martian background and landscape here. I suppose it's quite fitting that we do find them here. Good for us to note the birds that are making those strange calls. Oh, sorry. Trying to get back out of here. I can see the camera's not too stable. Oh, and we've gone right back. Didn't mean to do that. But it seems to be the time of the morning for the springbuck to come through. Decent amount actually coming through here on the right again. So as you can see also, we can note the difference between the males and the females just because of the diameters of the horns as well as the size. So the skinnier horned individuals here, those would be the females, and the ones with the thicker ones, so like the one facing us right now, that is a male or a ram. And so the one facing away from us on the right hand side, that would be a female. Just to note the differences, so you can tell the difference between the sexes just on the sizes of their horns. We do have the oryx coming through. And it looks like a Kori busted as well. I will confirm. Yes, a Kori busted as well there in the top left of the frame. So you can also tell the difference between the other bustards, obviously by the size of the Kori bustards, but also because they have that almost, I suppose, like a little mohawk tuft on the back or crest on the back of their head. So that also will be a differentiating factor in the ID of these birds. That oryx obviously didn't seem to like that one. Not too sure why. It seems a bit young, so maybe just a bit boisterous. I was saying yesterday we were talking about some of the interesting facts around oryx and how they can actually bring their body temperatures up to about 45 degrees to regulate heat. So they are able to do that obviously in the heat of the day, so they are able to then withstand the heat of these hot climes. So here and obviously throughout the Kalahari, this is part of the Kalahari or the greater Kalahari really. The Kalahari actually spans from southern Africa up into Angola. A lot of people actually don't really know that, and actually through to the eastern side or southern eastern side of Zambia. So it's quite a big basin and area. Obviously, there are different biomes within that, but it's a huge expanse of area as well. So from the Northern Cape up to the southern up to southern Angola and into southern western Zambia as well, throughout Botswana too. So that is the Kalahari Basin area. Hi, Letty. So there are actually 2 species of Kori bustard in Africa, and we get this one here that we've just seen, and the one in Mashatu in southern Africa, and then there's one up in eastern Africa as well. And it's noted that that's a little bit bigger, but those are the only 2 areas where they are found. They're not found in the rainforest areas, so the Congo Basin areas, or in West Africa either. We've got clearly some very thirsty zebra and wildebeest right now coming through and pushing these springbuck away. But yeah, to continue with that, so this southern expanse really of these Kori bustards will go through to Mozambique, into Zambia, across into Angola, down throughout Namibia, into southern Africa and Zimbabwe as well. But there are obviously areas where they are more common. We do have some fighting going on here. Something has spooked everything around, but that's probably just because of the posturing that's going on now. But again, so that other species of Kori bustard, and they are just noted on a scientific name, I can get that for you. However, that is found in the northern parts of Kenya up into Somalia. And it's noted that the weight of the males, when the males are actually the heaviest of the two, out of males and females on both of the sexes, the males up there are actually up to 20 kgs, and the males down here are around 19, or at least that has been the heaviest that have been recorded so far. Might change, there probably are some outliers out there as well, but those are the heaviest. So the heaviest one is actually up there. And there's another bustard, Arabian or Asian bustard in India, and it is noted that that is probably the heaviest flying bird. So it's a little bit heavier than what we have here, but probably not by many grams. But the debate is that these are the 2 heaviest flying birds. Or baby ostriches, as it was posed earlier. I quite enjoyed that. So it's interesting. Up here in Etosha, we do also get the Hartman's mountain zebra, but you won't find it here. It'll be more to the western side of Etosha in the more mountainous areas. Apparently that is open up more to the public now as well. So if you are ever in the area and you do want to see a different species of zebra, you've got a good chance of seeing Hartman's mountain zebra in the western side of Etosha. These are obviously the plain zebra, and as I mentioned in terms of their race, these are the Damara plain zebra. Do have a little bit of a... You can notice also obviously the length of their manes, and Trishala was talking about the different manes on some of them, and some zebra actually have a much shorter mane, and that's obviously area specific. I will try and pick up some of my notes that I did have actually on that a while back. I'm trying to find something here now. But yeah, it is interesting that there are these different types of zebra. A lot of people just assume that there is just one plain zebra. But that isn't the case. Actually, the most numerous would be the ones up in East Africa through to Zambia. So that's throughout Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, and up into Uganda as well. And those are the Grant's plain zebra. So the plain zebra, they all are part of this plain zebra subspecies, but then there are different races as well. So there are only 5 extant species or races left, the quagga being the 6th, and that one is now extinct. Hi Murray, yes, they would be able to identify that as well as injured individuals as well. And you would find, just because zebras are quite territorial and they obviously do fight bit amongst themselves, so the males, the stallions, if they were to notice that there was a sick or injured stallion around, they would probably pick on or fight with that individual, possibly even the young, any stragglers as well. But they can definitely tell when a member of their herd or harem is injured, sick, or otherwise unwell. And in terms of dominance, they would also pick on that individual and take dominance then from that. So buffalo also do that, specifically in, well, I suppose within amongst the males, they will notice that, and the other bulls will challenge that sick or unwell individual if it was more dominant than the younger ones as well. So it's almost like a weeding out process, natural selection kind of follows through like that. If you lose condition, you kind of lose your place or hierarchy. And that might be the same for the mares as well with the zebra too. It's always very busy down here, and it's always great to see these numbers of antelope, other plains game coming through and spending time in front of this waterhole. But as you can see, lots of early activity around here yesterday. That dung is still quite fresh. And where they were drinking is this little spring right to the right of us, where these other springbuck are here, where those rocks were. I'm going to try and get across here so we can note exactly that. So they kind of congregated right here. Let me just zoom out. Most of yesterday. Stella, there's actually a vast number of birds of prey within the area. So there are goshawks, falcons, eagles, obviously vultures too. There'll also be some smaller ones, but it might depend on the time of year as well. So obviously we do have the migratory birds that come through, and then in winter the migratory birds leave. So there are some migratory birds of prey that would also be around, and those will affect the numbers that would be in the area as well. So goshawks, falcons, eagles, vultures, which aren't really true birds of prey. I suppose they're more the scavengers, but they are lumped in the same thing. And there's obviously owls around as well in the evenings as well. with the amount of doves and that are around, we might hopefully one of these days see some of those birds of prey come through and hunt for us. Yet to see that just yet, so we will hold off on that, but we will hold our fingers crossed, because that'll always a great thing to see. Probably be quite fast, but something interesting to note. Do have our little jab check as well in the dam, getting away from the oryx there. They obviously must have been quite irritated yesterday with the ellies hanging around like they did and wallowing and messing the water about as much as they did, but I suppose that is to be expected. I do also just want to have a closer look at these oryx as well. It's very cool when they are this submerged. Definitely very cooling putting your body that deep into the water. Although it's not the hottest part of the day just yet, it'll definitely help cool these oryx down. So as this oryx leaves the water, we're also going to leave Okakuyo and we're going to go and join Trishala down in Amakhala.
It's less about what I'm doing and more about what on earth this tortoise is doing. It's been doing a bit of mountain climbing. And now it seems to be reversing. It also has quite a strange looking face, which is why I'm not 100% on IDing it. Maybe it's just a very big angular tortoise. And because I haven't seen big ones, I'm unfamiliar with it. But it's decided it's going to head home. Or at least away from the road.
Please repeat, sorry.
I wish you saw its face. I'm not sure if you were with us quick enough to get the face. But the face is very, very, very yellow. And quite scary. Ooh. That was on cue with the scariness. I'm quite surprised to see a tortoise out at the moment because it's getting quite warm out here and the sun is really beating down. It's not ideal conditions for a tortoise. If I were a tortoise, I'd be finding a spot to keep nice and cool and shady, away from the sun particularly. Well, I guess that's kind of what it's done. Found a bit of shade in that grass. I think it is just a larger angular tortoise. I'm gonna go with that. Obviously, when they're young, their pattern or their shell is really, really vivid. But at the moment, this one looks like an adult and it's quite faded. But the shape of the shell and the shape of the face, where it looks a little bit angry, kind of aligns. I wonder if it's just shying away from us. So the reason that tortoises and other reptiles as well, but particularly tortoises, need to stay out of the sun is that they're prone to desiccation. So that's dehydration. In fact, they're so prone to it that they have many adaptations to try and stop that from happening. For example, having scales or thick skin or a shell, all those kinds of things to help them keep all their moisture inside. And tortoises also have a bursa sac, which is a kind of like a reserve tank of water. So it's a sac full of water that is near the cloaca, and they keep it there to be able to have a store for when things are really bad. And that's why often, if you've ever picked up a tortoise, or it's happened to me once when a tortoise got really excited when I was feeding her a strawberry, and then she let go of her bursa sac and covered me with what I'm going to assume is water. But if you pick a tortoise up, a defense would be to release the bursa sac water because it makes you go, ugh. And not just you, any predator too will wonder what's happening. But that leaves it even more prone to desiccation because it doesn't have that water left over in its sac that it relies on for when things are tough. So it's basically a death sentence for that animal if there's no other water around because its stores are gone. The water that's stored in that bursa sac as well has oxygen in it, like all water does. And the walls of that sac, like the walls of the cloaca and the digestive system, or the colon, are very thin. The skin, that is, or not skin, the cells are very thin. And so what it allows is for oxygen to move actually from that sac, from their anal cavity or colon, and actually diffuse into their blood. Now, it's not something that is well researched, but it definitely can happen. And a lot of animals use that, particularly tortoises and their kind, so tortoises, turtles, terrapins. They can store water in there and get the added benefit of oxygenating their blood through it. Seems a little bit strange, but that kind of therapy has also been used and tested in humans, especially for those people who have suffered bad lung damage and are not able to transfer oxygen via their alveoli in their lungs to their bloodstream. I love when we get to see nature do something and then we are able to replicate it. Or at least try to. I'm not sure this guy is going to come out while we're here. So we'll move on in a bit. Although I think that it might have been stuck in the little hole that it was in, because it was moving funnily, yeah. And it kind of looks like my vehicle when one wheel is up and it's not touching the ground, and I'm not in four-wheel drive. I haven't locked my diff. It kind of looked like that. So maybe it just needs a rest in that shady bit after it's been kind of having a tough time, stuck in the sand. I think it was a good idea that it did that anyway, because if it kept going in the direction it was going into, it would have fallen off the edge and rolled onto the road. If that does happen, and I know I said to you not to touch tortoises because they could release the bursa sac, that's a risk I would be willing to take, to turn a tortoise upside down and get it off the road, because both are a bad predicament for the tortoise, but I also know that there is water around. But luckily, it sensibly turned around and is now under the shade, and we too We'll be not turning around, but we will be looking for some shade very soon. The bush is quite quiet today. I see there's a vehicle behind us, so we're going to move in a moment. But I guess maybe because it is so hot, the bush gets extra quiet during the middle parts of the day. We just have to move off the road to allow somebody else to come through. Hopefully they're not turning down this road. Don't you just love it when people know that there's a show on? Anyway, they've gone past now. We can keep on going in this direction. I haven't been up this road before. So I was talking about the bush, that when it's really hot in the middle of the day and the sun is really beating down and there's very, very few clouds, even antelope will rest in the shade. Reptiles, I mean, that tortoise being out was suspicious. But then also we saw lots of snails out earlier in the morning. Anyway, maybe they're all coming out so they can move into an area where it's nice and shady. So this quietness seems to settle on the bush. Something flew into my nose. And that's what I'm experiencing at the moment. As the air gets hotter, it becomes a little bit more difficult for sound to be able to travel. Or rather, sound doesn't travel as easily as far. And so all those animals that make use of calls tend to not call during this time. And then also birds tend to not call during this time as well. You'll still hear them occasionally, but there's the silence that has kind of settled on the bush. So birds may not be calling very much, but they will be spending some time near water. So I think that's why we're going to head up towards where we saw the hippos yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Day before? We're not sure. But you remember the hippos. So we're going to head up in that way. That direction. Oh, look at this! It's a giraffe. Now, it's quite difficult for a giraffe to find shade. Luckily for it, it's probably not very bothered. I'm just going to stop here. How is it, BK? Well, it did work until our giraffe decided to move. Whew. Could do a bit of unzip there. Well, that was a lovely and brief giraffe sighting. It keeps us on our toes. Can you still see him? No? Well, I will tell you that it's going to be quite bumpy for me to get off here, just so that you're prepared.
Oh, here he comes.
Here he comes, here he comes. Just a bit of patience, patience, pants. We're going to wait quietly. And you're going to hear lots of sounds, but I don't know how else to describe this, but they're only at one kind of band. Whereas in the mornings and the evenings, the sound is fuller, thicker, many different frequencies almost. There he is. Just taking it easy. Much like us this afternoon. Oh, this morning. Oh, there's two there. That's lovely. Well, let me send you over to Alex, and he's having a look at Mashatu. We might stay put and see if they come out further.
Do have some luck, and those giraffe do show themselves. But here in Mashatu, we do have the first of our elephant for today. It was great to see them, and as I did mention earlier, they will normally come to where they are right now because that is where the fresh water comes out. Ellies love fresh water. But I did find out something interesting during the course of yesterday, and I was asked about this, I think either yesterday or the day before, about how many elephants are in Mashatu or in the Tuli. There are roughly 700 Ellies in this area. It's actually apparently the most Ellies in private conservancy in Africa. So these 700 form part of that. And these guys that we are watching, obviously part of that 700. So good to know. And also just interesting to find out about those facts, about how many Ellies are in the area and how many Ellies are actually sustained around here. And I did mention this the other day that there are actually some Ellies in the area in Mashatu at least that don't have tusks. As we can see, that one individual there doesn't have tusks, and as I was saying, it is generally because of pressures from hunting or poaching, and possibly to do also with the amount of nutrition in the area as well. Those tusks might be quite brittle because of that, and they might break throughout the course of their lives as well. So you do often see Ellies that have broken their tusks, and sometimes it is an indicator that there might not be as much nutrition found in the bark or what they are eating in their diets in an area. So that's sometimes the case down in Madikwe. It has been noticed there. Unfortunately, they are trying to open a corridor between there and the Pilansberg. So hopefully those Ellies also start to move and a few of the genes start to get spread as well. Not that there isn't a problem with genetic diversity there, but it is always great to have corridors opened and having other lines open in terms of genetics and the species getting across. Nice big herd of impala around as well. Some of them hanging off in the back there, I think, are also just waiting for the Ellies. It'll be interesting to see if we also get the bull that's been hanging around and crossing his legs the last few days. He was here again yesterday and he did spend most of the day on Friday with us, but we haven't seen him yet. These are obviously the first Ellies we've had through today. But another mammal for our species list, and we are ticking them off at quite a rapid rate at the moment. So we are 2 off yesterday's number, so hopefully that continues and we do get a bit more diversity coming through for us. Who knows? But fingers crossed. Also yet to see any baboon around Mashatu, and there are a lot of them in the area. Possibly if it does dry up, we'll start to talk about them as well as the Mashatu tree itself. Very interesting tree. It's actually one of my favorite trees. But yes, the other thing about Mashatu, it is known as the land of the giants. So obviously having 700 of them within the area, makes sense that that would be what it would be called as well. I'm just trying to see if there is the crocodile around, but the camera is giving me an issue.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
So I am going to try and find us our Ellies again. We have been watching the Quelea, but let's just have a look. See if we can get back to the Ellies if the camera wants to play with me properly. We'll also try and scan to see if there's hyena under the tree where they were yesterday. But we haven't heard anything and I haven't seen anything while I've been watching out the corner of my eye as well. There's a black-headed oriole calling. Let us try and find our Ellies. And there's one going off in the distance. I'm hoping some of the others have hung around. So under the tree on the left, or the right there, was actually where the hyenas were yesterday. And obviously they aren't around here at the moment. let's see, it did look like the ellies were hanging around through this thick stuff. I'm just going to wait to see if we can get a visual of them. Otherwise, we're going to try and pan further left and get back to that water source. Oh, there's our ostrich. And he is getting into his breeding plumage, and he was chasing another ostrich around yesterday. It was actually quite funny watching these two zooming prehistoric birds running around yesterday. It was almost like they were doing the F1 practice in Singapore. However, we were in the Thule block. That will be interesting to see if that other ostrich does come through, and if they do start running around like they were yesterday. It looked like two mad hatters running through the bush. And they move at quite a pace as well. I know that Rolf also had that yesterday, which is great. It's obviously the time of the year where these things start to happen for the ostriches, at least for the breeding of them, or with them. But as that ostrich leaves the frame and his camera starts to reboot, I do want to send us back over to Ukukujo. And we'll see what's going on there. It seems like lots of game at the waterhole. These oryx seem to be quite boisterous today. Quite a few of them knocking horns and chasing each other about. Not too sure what the issue is, but if we hang around long enough, we might just see what is going on. Maybe it's just that these guys are just in a bachelor herd and they are trying to figure out what is going on amongst them. But let's zoom in and have a look at these guys drinking. Lots of Cape Crows in the background there too, so interesting that they've also been hanging around quite a bit today. We didn't see there's many of them yesterday, and they're obviously also the pied crow around too. So cool to see two different species around. The pied crow is a bit bigger.
When I read that thing, the time if you equip him with everything, you even tell him that, listen, you see those people that are selling alcohol, the ones that are behind, they are even paying more than them. That one is this is your picture. Every time I come here, I want to.
Does seem like the guests at the camp here are making a bit of a racket, and we can't change anything about that, so it might be better to go immerse ourselves back in Mashatu, just as the ostrich has come to the water, and it's always interesting watching them drink. And he seems to be the one that has hung around for quite some time, at least around the waterhole that we're at there as well. I would rather immerse us into more of a wild area than have to listen to anyone else having their conversations on a Sunday. Probably not for us to pry either. So nice and quiet here. And our ostrich male is joined by a female. So perhaps we might even see them courting. He was kind of getting into his rhythm yesterday. So good just to watch. So we will just spend some time, just be quiet. We did obviously have someone else's private conversation with us just now. So I'm just going to leave us just to watch this and just take in the sounds. It's always cool to see these ostrich drinking. They can actually survive up to 2 weeks without drinking. But obviously where there is water, they will take it. So if it was very dry, and obviously in the more arid areas, it is obviously arid here, but they can last for up to 2 weeks without drinking. Quite an interesting method that they have. It's almost like a spooning that they are doing. Hi Ella, that's a very interesting question, and nice to know that you are wanting to know this kind of information, being 11 years old. So they actually have two, and you can actually kind of see it from here, they actually have two big toes. They are split, and those toes can actually give quite a hefty kick, and they can cause quite a lot of damage as well, so that they would use that, I suppose, as a defensive mechanism. And also when they fight as well, they do use that, and it's quite a big claw that's on the front of that toe. So when you actually see them walking around, unfortunately I can't show you a picture of what the spoor looks like to show you directly, but you would see those two toes separated out. So the one's obviously bigger, and that would be the big inside toe, and then one smaller one that's a little bit shorter on the outside of that. Hopefully that will answer some of your question. Looks like we've got another ostrich coming through, or it's in the back. Trying to see if it's that other male that wasn't in his heavy breeding plumage as the one that we've just seen. Typical Tumushattu dust devils running around. It is quite windy, so I'm going to come back out a little bit so that the camera is a bit more stable. But what is also interesting is that ostrich form part of the ratite family. So there are other members of that family around the world. There's one in Argentina, in Southern America, and Chile, I think, as well, but I think it's more Argentina. That is called the rehau, and there are two forms of cassowary, and those are in Papua New Guinea and Australia, and the emu. And there used to be the biggest bird of all, the elephant bird, and that was found in Madagascar. And there still are remnants of that. And that actually had the biggest egg of the birds when it was extant. Now is extinct. However, currently the ostrich has the biggest egg in the world, and there are two ostriches in Africa, the Somali and the common ostrich that we've just seen. So I am just trying to see if some more Ellies have joined us. Doesn't look like it just yet. But nonetheless, it has been quite a busy day anyway here. I'm sure we are going to have more Ellies coming through at some point. Yep, as I say that, there is one coming through right now. So it's actually walking away or coming in. Let's just have a look. Looks like it's coming in. So we'll wait for that to come through and we'll watch it satisfy its thirst. Looks to be a bull, and it could be the bull that's been hanging around the last 2 days as well. So we'll wait and see. Because it's quite interesting if it is the same bull, if he is crossing his hind leg again. I want to actually just keep a tab on what is going on with him. So we will come in a little bit closer to him. Clearly a thirsty boy. Must have been quite a walk for him. So it's fantastic watching these guys curl their trunks and drink like this. So interesting to notice that, or to note that they have more than 40,000 muscles in that trunk. And you consider a human body only contains 650, it is quite spectacular. So no wonder they can do so many things with that trunk, and it is so dexterous. Seems to be that time of the day though when they are all coming through for us. Nice little breeding herd coming to join us as well. But I will come out a little bit so we can get a better scope on how many Ellies are actually joining us right now, because there might be some on the left of us too. Yep, lots of Ellies today. And as we were talking about how many muscles are in their trunk, that 40,000. Ellies are also obviously the biggest terrestrial land animal in the world. And they also have the biggest brains by weight. So 5 kgs is the mass of an elephant brain. If you consider that an ostrich brain is the size of a pea, and Rolf was talking about this yesterday, and an elephant's brain is 5 kgs, it's obviously something that correlates to those weights. That would probably be intelligence and sentientness, although I don't want to be rude to the ostriches. Hi, Charles. Yes, definitely. And in some of the areas where I've worked and with some rewilding of elephant up in Zimbabwe, there have been youngsters that have come through that have had their trunks either taken by snares and sometimes by lions. And that obviously would cause huge nerve damage to those 40,000 muscles that they have. So anything that would, cut off blood supply, hurt that trunk itself, that would clearly create nerve damage. And I'm sure they're also susceptible to, the likes of partial tears or anything like that as well, just being muscle fiber. But most definitely they are susceptible to nerve damage in their trunks. Great just to sit here and watch these ellies, just immerse ourselves in their antics around water holes. Just watch them drinking for a minute. Really hoping that they do start to come in and wallow and wade and swim and play. But I suppose we will wait and see. They are starting to throw mud around in that wallow that we were talking about earlier. That is getting bigger and bigger by the day. So I think that might start to become almost like an ellie jacuzzi. It's definitely a warthog jacuzzi at the moment. I'll try and get closer in there so we can actually watch that going on. Almost like adding a new skin on themselves, spraying all that mud around. I suppose getting ready for a very hot afternoon. Mud will obviously act as sunscreen and definitely help cool them down for a minute. But most of elephants' regulatory system is done through the cooling of blood in their ears. And obviously noted that the Savannah ellies that we are watching here, and the difference between them and the Indian ellies is that our elephant right here their ears seem to be shaped almost in the continent of Africa, and the Indian ellies are almost shaped in the continent of India. Something interesting to note, and obviously their ears being smaller because they are obviously mostly found within the rainforest. So obviously wetter climes, they don't need to regulate as much in terms of the heat being directly on them. It is obviously very hot and humid there, and those ears are smaller, but that is obviously due to the vegetation that is found in those areas as well. Forest ellies up here also have a little bit of a smaller ear, but it is also shaped in the same way and fashion of these Savannah elephant. You can also see all of the veins in those ears. So that would show you the amount of blood that actually does get pushed around in there, and that's obviously when you see them flapping like that. One big aircon system. And we have a little one in the mud there already. There's always the little ones that seem to play a little bit more than the bigger ones, but that obviously can change. I have seen them immersing themselves fully. Yet to see that here at this dam, but they definitely do that. But the youngsters love rolling around in the mud like that. Warthog's going to have to wait its turn for its spar session. So it seems to be first a layer of mud and then sand on top of that. You can see the one there on the right behind the bush is dusting itself as well. So they're going to be that nice red color, and that's obviously to do with the different soil type, or the soil type that is here. It's mostly basaltic. And that obviously gives way to the red that's in here. So there's quite a bit of iron in this soil as well. It's quite fine as well. That's why they would be red here, and obviously up in Gugujo they are white, and that is because of the different, well, actually the old lake that is there, and actually because of the deposits in the substrate that is there. So it's old saline calcium deposits that have been left behind because of that old lake, and that is why the elephants up there are almost white in color, and that is why the elephant here almost red in color. All got to do with the substrates, and the substrates obviously tell us what vegetation will be around, and vegetation obviously tells us what other animals might be around. It's always good to know your substrates, because that is what leads to your knowledge in terms of what animals you might find in an area, and also what type of grass might be in the area as well, so the type of feeding that could be done. Also leads us to know about the different trees in an area, and obviously different trees have different properties as well. And they fruit and flower at different parts of the year, so at different seasons too. And that is all a function of how the natural world works. So it does seem like these guys are finished that mud bath and dusting session. We'll try and track them out a little bit. So I do think those warthog looked interested to get back in there. Yeah, there we go. There's one on the right. And I think as soon as this Ellie leaves, you'll probably find that those warthogs come here. It's probably worthwhile having a look on the left of us as well, because they also spray themselves on the left of us. Warthogs are definitely getting excited to get into that mud though. Seems like that is the favorite mudding station today. Yeah, it hasn't really been touched. Okay, well, I'm going to pan across. I do think the eddies might have gone across to the other side of the dam, so we'll try and watch them from there. And otherwise we'll come back to our warthog and watch them wallowing for a second. Does also seem like our raucous party of Meaves Starlings have kind of pushed on for the day. They were around the whole of yesterday, but I'm sure they will be back. Here's some babblers again here. Noted that there are Aramark babblers here and in Djuma, but there's another kind of babbler in this area and up north in Etosha, and that is the southern pied babbler. And if I'm not mistaken, there's actually a different type of babbler in Etosha as well. I'll check up on my notes. But interesting that we still have the arrow marked here and in Djuma. So the warthog are the only one that are left at the moment. Those elephants have pushed on, but I'm pretty sure there'll be more. There's, oh, it looks like a limping warthog. Let's go back to that.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your name.
So this injured warthog doesn't seem to be doing too much. Probably just going to rest up here. I am going to try and keep an eye on it. Try and see what is wrong and which leg might be sore or hurting. But I did also just zoom out just because it is a little bit windy and the frame is moving around. Also going to try and keep an eye out for our crocodile just to add to what we have seen. So we're going to leave this warthog here. I'm going to try and keep an eye and see what is wrong with it. But we are going to go and head over to Trishala and BK, who are with some hippo in Amakhala.
BK and I are, I have to admit, chilling right now. We are visiting our hippos. It's really, really hot. We're on a bit of a deck. I mean, BK will show you. He shakes his head. No, he doesn't want to swing the camera around. But I am seated in a chair on a deck, binos in hand, looking out and watching the hippos. So we're chilling here at Amakhala. And so is the little baby hippo. Now I wanted to come here because, I mean, it is a dam, but more like a large pond. But there's been so many birds around that I thought we could spend some time looking at them. But of course, when I arrive here, I don't see many. I see a swift that's going around, but there were a whole lot of striped swallows yesterday, I think, when we were here. I was hoping they'd be around too, and a common starling. I love common starlings. I've never seen one before in real life, so I was very, very excited to see one. So until the birds come back, oh, here comes some. Okay, let's focus. Focus, Trishala. Focusing on the hippos. We'll wait for some of the birds to come through. But this little one has finally been able to make its way onto its mum's back or dad's back. It was having some trouble the other day, kept sliding off. Wow. The difference in the size of the head is huge. Looks like they're very relaxed, chilling just like me. Now this little one, we said it's probably about a month and a half old. But it's already starting to show hippo-like behaviors. It's learning to be a hippo, you know. When it's born, it just knows that it exists. But it's starting to learn hippo-like behavior. I've seen it bobbing down, coming back up, and also opening up its mouth and territorial displaying with what BK calls his gums. It's very, very cute. Because there's no teeth, or well, their teeth are there, but they're just super, super flat. And so it looks like it's just their gums going, ah, and imitating what it's seen. Its mum or its dad do. Gosh, they look like they might fall asleep. Even our Egyptian goose in the top there looks very peaceful. Maybe it's the heat that's getting into everyone. It's meant to be about 30 degrees by 4 o'clock. Or not 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And it's not been that hot, you know, over the last week. So maybe the heat is starting to get to everyone. Everyone's just kind of relaxing. And that is a lawnmower. Yes, you are right. We are very sorry about that. That was unexpected. And it's also happening right next to us. And of course, just when the hippo is being very cute and coming out. And a warthog has appeared. I hope that it's not very loud for you. How is it sounding, BK? Okay. I hope it's okay. Well, you're sticking with me, so I'm sure that means that the sound is not bad. That's good. That's good. Okay. Oh, that was the little one made that sound. That was so cute. Wow. That is the youngest hippo sound I've ever heard. This is actually an interesting situation we're in. So normally when we're at Djuma or any of the other reserves we've been at, there aren't many man-made sounds except that of a vehicle. And I've never seen animals react to the sound of, say, a lawnmower, like we are now. Oh, again, it went. Now, reacting to something is not bad, as long as it's not a negative reaction. And I think that these hippos did react to it. I think it was more of a, oh, what's that, as opposed to, oh my goodness, I'm so irritated with this sound. But there certainly was a reaction to the lawnmower going. But we do apologize if you can hear it. Clearly you should be able to, but we do apologize. Oh, hi Paula, that's an excellent question. You'd like to know if hippos are able to have more than one baby? It is obviously not impossible, but it really, really happens. Hippo babies are quite large. They're about 40 to, say, 60 or 80 kgs at birth, depending. I'd say 40 to 60 is more like it. So they're quite large and they take up quite a lot of space in their mother. And and then on top of that, I lost my train of thought. It will come back to me. But on top of that, they're having two youngsters in you, not only for size, but also the amount of resources to create two of them is a lot. So with elephants, which is another large animal that have very large babies at birth, so an elephant is born at about 100 kgs, but they also have 22 months to develop in their mother, whereas hippos have a gestation period of about 8 months. So, BK has just alerted me to some violence, as he says. Egyptian goose are territorial, if you didn't know, and they'll often chase each other away noisily and quite violently. Just to wrap up that answer, it takes a lot of resources to have twins, and the gestation period of a hippo is quite short, considering how large it is and how Gosh, I'm getting very easily distracted today. I think it's the sound of the lawnmower. Hopefully you're not feeling as distracted as I am by the sound of the lawnmower. But it very rarely happens. I've never seen twins. And now it looks like the baby's alone. Dad obviously heard me. Our Egyptian geese have gone. Our hippos are... you're welcome to send through your hippo questions. But I just want to direct us towards the warthogs that are up there on the top. The warthogs in this reserve are so large compared to those in the Sabi Sand. Like really large. I mistake them for other animals all the time. And they're very numerous in this area as well. And always entertaining. Now there is a warthog. BK will remind me of his name.
Jacob.
Jacob. There we go. There's a warthog named Jacob who lives in the sand dunes, or the sand dune area. And Jacob just does not care at all. If he's right on the road and you drive up to him, he'll just carry on eating. It was the first time I'd been so close to a warthog that was feeding, and I could actually hear the tusks going as they hit each other. Hopefully we'll get to find Jacob today. And you'll be able to hear those sounds too. Oh. There is quietness. Yay. Well, then let's enjoy some quietness together. Oh, the Egyptian goose have just ruined my relaxing moment. So they flew into the bushes on the right there. I don't know what they did, how they managed to sort out their differences, but then they both flew away to their respective territories. This one is back where it started. Off it goes. Baby hippo was just slightly interested in the moving Egyptian goose, but probably realized very quickly that, oh, it's the same one that it knows well from the time it was born. Oh, look at those rolls. I think hippos are one of the few animals that stay looking baby-like even when they're adults. It's very cute. BK. It's my common starling. Can you do it? If BK can get you my common starling here, I will be so excited. Do you have it? That's my excited. This is my excited voice, everyone. I love starlings just in general, but common starling, I've been wanting to see one for so long. This is amazing. Such a beautiful bird. So this common starling, you can see quite obvious yellow beak, pinky legs, nice iridescence on the feathers, but it's kind of got this speckled, elongated speckled look of iridescence and color on its body that is just stunning. So in the perfect light, or just the right light for its structural coloration, it just looks like the most magnificent bird. It has a typical starling shape, which for me is kind of like a longish neck and quite a straight back. But it's difficult to see here because it's facing us. There's also red-winged starlings around, but I don't see one at the moment. And then I've also seen some glossy starlings. I think it was a Cape glossy starling, though I didn't have a very close look. So lots and lots of iridescence to be found here at Amakhala. Oh. Hi, Diana. You would like to know if the common starling is the only one that has fluorescent feathers? I know what you mean, but this is called iridescence. So it's like when something's very shiny, but I know what you mean. And no, it's not the only bird. Many, many birds have iridescence. Hardy does have iridescence, just only on certain patches. But starlings in general as a group, they tend to show quite a lot of iridescence. Sunbirds also show a lot of iridescence. Basically anything that is really bright and shiny. It has to be shiny. And then that's just amongst birds. Insects show a lot of iridescence as well. Kind of looks like glitter. It's a great way to introduce color to your feathers without having to introduce different pigments. Because the little structures on the feathers is what creates that color. So that's why as we move, or as the light changes, as the starling moves through shade, through daylight, through artificial light, the feathers, the colors change. And I love that so much. There's definitely a pair here, at least a pair. We saw two yesterday that were busy hunting. So they're just like starlings in general. They're like little invertebrates, always hunting for little insects. Thank you guys for sending through such awesome questions. And a reminder to please continue to send through questions. It's live, it's happening right now. And I love to answer your questions and your comments. So send them through. It's your safari and we get to interact. So I really love that. Now we have another question about the common starling. Samantha, hi Samantha. You'd like to know if there's any purpose to the iridescence. There is a purpose. It acts to color the bird, to add color to the bird. And generally, colors in birds are linked to sexual selection. So a nice shiny starling may get more attention than the less shiny, more drab starling. So it's usually linked to sexual selection. But that is not necessarily the case with other animals that display iridescence. So for lots of beetles display iridescence, and it appears that being iridescent because of the play of light, and because we actually spoke about this earlier, how predators like to fixate on a prey before attacking. So with iridescence, because the color is moving constantly, a predator can't seem to lock onto a prey animal, and so instead they go for another animal that will be in one place. Because the iridescence makes the beetle look as if it's constantly moving, it can't lock onto it. And I mean, it is possible that maybe the iridescence does a similar thing for birds, but I wouldn't say primarily. For birds, it very much is about how nice you look to your mates. I used to make insect collections. Not really make. I've not for myself. If I see a nice bug, then I'll mount it and etc. And I still love finding iridescent ones because iridescent beetles don't fade because it isn't a pigment, and pigments degrade because essentially all pigments are molecules, and molecules degrade, especially if something has died. But with iridescent color, they don't degrade because it's completely structural. So I just love finding them, and they'd be shiny for years. Museums also keep a large collection of iridescent beetles and insects for the same reason. They really stay very, very well. Shiny things appear to be so beautiful to us. Or attractive. Especially those things in nature. Like the colors of a sunbird. With that bright red band. Red and green, like a greater double-collared sunbird. That we do get in this area. That I actually saw one this morning while we were doing checks. The colors are so striking and so attractive. So attractive. That's a Nediki calling. Just pull out my binos. So just a last point on color. Birds can only show 3 classes of color, and that's through pigments, or they can only produce 3 pigments or use 3 pigments. Every time I start a sentence with there's always an exception to something, and then I've got to start it again. So birds can make use of carotenoids to make the oranges, yellows, reds. They can make use of melanin, which is the blacks and dark browns, light browns even. And then they can make use of what's called porphyrins. So porphyrins are modified amino acids that can produce pinks and purples, reds, greens, but they're not very common. And then on top of that, they can produce structural coloration. And color in birds is such a phenomenal thing because they've really taken the sexual selection part of their lifestyle and how important it is, and they've really taken it and run with it. There's some ridiculously colorful birds out there, and they're doing it just with pigments and carotenoids, which is the things you find in like squash and carrots and things like that. They're produced mainly by plants and algae, so birds can't produce them, so they've got to make their oranges and yellows from the carotenoids that they eat. All this stuff gets me very excited. I love color. Color and eyes. 2 things I like. And, thankfully, they often work together. Oh, there you go. But thank you for trying, BK. That was our common starling again. Okay, well, I think that we've... I hope that you heard that. That was our director Morgan said, Trishala Amakala, and then she gave us some instruction. And BK's comms came out. But it's fine. That was very sweet. And yes, Amakala Trishala.
Do you know why giraffes have blue tongues? Or how many eyelids a crocodile has? Have you ever wondered how corrosive a vulture's stomach acid is? Or what the Milky Way has to do with dung beetles? There are so many fascinating wildlife facts for you to discover. What are you waiting for? Scan the QR code that appears in the corner of your screen, enter your questions, and our guides will answer you in real time on Wild Earth.
Where shall we go to here, BK? From here. The basin. The basin is a good place. And BK and I still have to strategize for our plan. Our bingo plan for tomorrow, for tonight. We do have a different strategy, if you were wondering. Our problem yesterday was that we left a very diurnal animal to last. Shouldn't have done that. Should have found it first, and that was the vervet monkey. No ways we were going to find a vervet monkey at 6 o'clock. Definitely not in any trees that weren't in dips. So, practice makes perfect. We figured out our flaws. And tonight, when we bingo it up, we feel that we've got a better grip on things. So also, please come and join us and play Animal Bingo. We have bingo boards, we have bingo t-shirts, we have stickers. And we will see who will be crowned bingo boss for tonight. Yesterday it was Cedric, although Tessa and I were a close second. I think it was Tessa and I. We had 4. Cedric had 5. Lauren had 3. Chris had 2. Which was very, very exciting. It definitely got me pumped. I like a bit of competition. Okay, well, we're going to, go into the basin like BK suggested. And then I will send you over to Alex at Juba, see what he's getting up to.
Thanks, Trishada. Very interesting conversation around color and iridescence. It was fascinating to watch that going on, specifically with birds. But here we are with a huge herd of waterbuck. And very interesting to note, obviously, from our conversation earlier with waterbuck, with regards to the males and the females, you can actually see the difference here. Obviously, the females don't have any horns, and we can also see the size difference. In them, there is a nice little, or nice big bull behind them. So I'll just try and pan back a little bit there. And that should be able to give you an idea on some scale with regards to their body sizes. But yes, the females are also rather stockily built, also robust individuals. But it's not every day that you get to see a herd the size of waterbuck. They can obviously congregate up to about 30 individuals in a herd. But as I said, it's not the most common thing to see either. I just want to see where some of the others got to, and I will scroll back. Okay, now we're going to scroll back. We'll just see what these guys get up to. Be interesting to see if some of them actually maybe venture into the water. See that Dewey's still sitting down there as well, and we have been joined by a saddle-billed stork that I will zoom into just now. I just want to take some time just to watch this little herd of waterbuck. Number of calves. These are probably last season's calves as well. And here a Camaroptera in the back as well. Very small little bird. One of my favorite calls as well. I am going to see if we can zoom in onto this saddle-billed stork, because with the sun out like this we might actually see iridescence again. Saddle-billed storks also have iridescence on their wings. And the iridescence that they show is almost like a green, coppery kind of color that is on their wings, not anywhere else. And we should also be able to tell the indication of how we know that this is a female saddle-billed stork. You can see it quite clearly from here, but I will zoom in further. You generally tell because of the yellow ring around the eye, and obviously it lacks the wattle that the male would have. And the male also has a brown eye. It doesn't have the yellow around it, that yellow ring. So this is definitely a female. And hopefully she will get into the sun further for us. I will try and keep track of her. There we go. There's an example of some of that iridescence I was talking about. I'm just hoping she does decide to stay around and actually turn so we can see that. Not everyone has ever really seen the iridescence. That's always cool to see. Kind of wondering where the male is. You generally do kind of find saddle-billed storks in pairs, so the other one must be somewhere around. But very pretty to see the eye. I love that yellow ring. So our second stork here on this dam in 2 days. Did have the yellow-billed stork yesterday, so Nice to note that there has been the two different coming through. Hopefully we'll get more as well at some stage. Also hear the different starlings in the background. Different starlings up in Mishatu that we were mentioning as well earlier. The Cape Glossy and I think Birchall's, from what I can hear at least. That's just through the camera audio though. Nice little preening session going on here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so we can watch these waterbuck, because as I said, it's not every day you get to see this number of waterbuck together, but that quite clearly over there shows the difference between the male and the female, even though I think that's a little calf. But you can also see the size of the body on the male. This is a nice big bull. Those horns are rather impressive. While we also have that saddle-billed stork, it's also great to talk a little bit more around those. Obviously showing the iridescence on it, but also nice to just talk a little further anyway. They are also known to be the tallest storks in the world. So that's rather fascinating anyway. So they actually grow to a height of around 150 centimeters. It's got a very big wingspan, up to about 9 foot. It would be interesting if we actually had both here, because we actually could see the size difference, because the males are always bigger than the females, which is not always the case in the bird world. There are a lot of bird species where the females are bigger than the males, and that's generally in the predators. So birds of prey, owls and eagles, and that's sometimes because of needing to, you know, carry eggs and that. So obviously having a bigger body means that you are allowed to, you know, have eggs. It's cool just to watch everything else going around here. But yes, if you would like to know anything more around these waterbuck or the saddle-billed stork, please do ask. Or if there's anything else you'd like to chat about, this is obviously an immersive experience, and this is your safari. So if there's anything you'd like to chat about or ask, please do not hesitate. I can also hear a brown-headed parrot, and I know that they are resting around here. Wasn't meant to do that. But if we do hear them further, I will go to the space that I know that they are nesting, or have been roosting at least. And we'll try and see if we can't get some content of them as well. They are awesome birds as well. Can hear oxpeckers, probably the red-billed. It looks like this male is having a look to see who is ready to mate. See his tail, and obviously Yeah, he's definitely Fleming, grimacing, and obviously showing interest to mate. But as this waterbuck, I think, tries his luck, we are going to try our luck in saying hello to Rolf. He'd also like to say hello to us down in Kariega.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape Province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I'm coming to you live from the Scotia Dam on the eastern side of the reserve. And while I haven't had too much opportunity to film warthogs, so I'm taking this chance because these guys are just walking through the plains. Oops, sorry, just getting my tripod right there. And they're also eating on these yellow button flowers, which everybody seems to be enjoying. I'll just go across a little bit there. You can see the zebra as well. And there's another couple of warthogs. Everybody really enjoying the lush, tasty, nutritious yellow button flowers. Some zebra in the background, as well as impala up in the real background there. Then we come into the front. Lovely picture that. Lovely contrasting colours. There with all those zebra. Really is pretty. So many animals out here now. It is heated up, now heading towards the middle of the day. A little bit of wind coming through from the east, but it's a really nice warm day. Here, very close to the coast, the closest town from here is Kenton-on-Sea, which is only a few kilometers from here. You can hear the red-fronted tinkerbird calling in the background. As these zebra go about their bulk grazing. So you can see they're just a bit of off-white with the zebra. It's just from there they really like to roll, like the wildebeest, and we often find their tracks and their roll sites when we're out on trails. And it's two particular animals. It would be the blue wildebeest and the zebra. You often find them using the same spot. They generally find a nice area, and it's the sort of dust that they like to roll in, and they use it frequently, and then it does turn them a bit of an off-white color according to the color of the soil. So we get the wallowers being the warthogs and buffalo, and then the rollers, so the dust bathers, being the zebra and the wildebeest. Elephants also like to dust bathe, especially after they've had a nice wash or swim or spraying themselves with water, and they generally after that go and throw the dust all over themselves as well. Seems to cake in that moisture, and it keeps them cooler for longer. Speaking of keeping cool, it seems there is a theory about zebra with the black and white assisting in thermoregulation. White obviously reflects and black absorbs heat, so I'm not sure how it quite works. But there's another theory that it also stops the flies, as they don't like sitting on these different colors. I'm not sure about that one. Oops, there goes one of the management team just cruising through in the background there. They're hard at work performing their duties. So all very relaxed out here. Southern Boo calling now. I saw some Cape Longclaws earlier that were collecting bits of grass from dung. I was thinking that maybe going to be using that for nesting material. I don't know what they were going to use it for. That's my best guess. These zebra really are getting into the grazing now. So as always, jump on board with us, folks, and send us through your questions and your comments, or what would you like to know, or what do you know, or what would you like to tell us. This is interactive after all. Heads down, busy with their feeding. Being hindgut fermenters, they do need to eat a lot in order to get enough calories and energy to sustain themselves. So Ali, generally where they dust bathe, it's normally in open patches of the ground. So generally I haven't seen where a zebra have dust bathed where there's any thorns around. But obviously if there were, sometimes you get these dubbeltjies that we call, or the devil thorns. They are yellow flowered plants, and they can be near to where the dust bathing sites are. So I would imagine those were that would be the kind of thorns that they could roll in. But I think if they did get full of thorns, they would not use that site anymore. But I've never seen zebra rolling near to where there are thorns. But it's interesting. As we see this sacred ibis doing a bit of probing in the water. and seeing it feeding on an old impala carcass as well. So they do eat carrion.
Shongile was born in February 2016 to Karula, the Queen of Djuma. We watched her grow from birth to enforced independence when Karula disappeared. On the 19th of August 2016, Tande, Shongile's sister, was on the prowl. From nowhere she appeared, and a traumatic fight ensued. That was the last sighting of her on Djuma. She disappeared into the wilderness just as her mother before her.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment. Run away from this very big animal coming. That was so funny.
So we have the first of our bull ellies here for today. These guys have been hanging around for a little bit. I have been watching them. It's amazing to see their size. And these are probably the ones where I was talking about the size of their brains being 5 kgs. These are probably the individuals where that would ring true. But something else that's interesting is that an elephant's heart is around 48 kgs. So that's a massive heart if you consider how big ours is, being humans' hearts. So 48 kg heart, that is massive. And I think if I remember correctly, their dermis, their skin is around 700 to 800 kg. So if you're an individual of around 6 to 8 tons, those metrics kind of do ring true. But it does look like this bull was here yesterday, because I did notice one or two of them didn't have any hair at the end of their tails. I'm not too sure why that might be, but it's definitely something that I noticed yesterday. And obviously, again, from what we were talking about with the substrates just now, you can see why these ellies are white, obviously, just with the background. And might be interesting to see the interaction now with this zebra coming through and these bull ellies hanging around, because they might be the ones that get a bit more temperamental. But we're just going to sit and watch and just wait and see how they interact with the zebra and those springbuck. It's definitely getting busier here today, and I wonder how long these ellies might stay. They did stay just about the whole afternoon yesterday, well into the evening, and it did mean that a lot of other game kind of avoided the waterhole. But it seems to be that everyone's in a good mood at the moment. The ellies are tolerating the zebra. Even some springbuck that have decided to come through. It was awesome just to watch them splashing like this. I do want to zoom in a little bit further, so we can actually see the spray when they do splash that mud and water on them. Amazing how far that spray just ricochets off that body. Almost like an Ellie custom paint job that's going on here. Hi Carla. Yes, they do have decent eyesight. They can obviously see pretty well, and they obviously can adapt a little bit more further into the night as well. So these don't have the worst eyesight. They do obviously use other sensors as well. So it's mostly only short distances that they are better. So they can see around like 10 meters. But that doesn't necessarily mean to say that they can't see that well. I mean, it's obviously a little bit worse than ours. But their main focus will obviously then be using their trunks and other forms of communication. So they do also communicate through a low-level base through their feet and other sensors as well. So that trunk, obviously with the 40,000 muscles that are in that, they can also use that for sensing and smelling. But it's also because their eyes are small that they can't see too well. So that is definitely it. And also because of their positioning within their skull and on their head. So they are slowly building their confidence up again. They are getting a little bit spooked, and you can hear them braying in the background as well. But let's see, I mean, clearly some thirsty zebra. And this bull over here seems to be pretty relaxed, so we'll just have to wait and see how this interaction goes. as I was saying earlier, it's interesting to see that he doesn't have any hair on the tip of his tail. That's more a common sight in an Asian elephant. They seem to have way less hair, specifically there. He's drinking from the fresh water now. So he clearly had a little mud bath, and now he is going to be taking the fresh water that is there. That is where the pump seems to be. I do want to zoom into his face because he looks like quite an impressive individual. Almost like he has a war paint on him. It's a very interesting question. I mean, and sometimes it might be different times of the year where that might change, Perry. So obviously, you know, when elephant bulls are in must, that might change their demeanor. Well, it definitely does change their demeanor because there's a rush of testosterone through to them. But it can also be things like human interaction, the amount of predators that are around, pressure from having too many elephant maybe in an area, or maybe too many bulls that are in must. But I would say 9 times out of 10, it is mostly due to the fact that they've had a bad experience with humans, and that is when they are a bit more aggressive. So the chance of that actually happening more so in Djuma is higher, I would assume. So I would think that the bulls up here, or the elephant up here, are a little bit more placid, but that could also just be certain times of the year as well. So if they are pushed and they haven't had enough to eat, or food is scarce, and along with water, they might be a bit more temperamental as well. I hope that does kind of answer your question. It is quite a roundabout answer, but a lot of it is, it's got to do with interaction with themselves and with humans too. But I do think the interference of humans in the low veld is a bit higher, just also because of population density. So I do think that they might be a bit more temperamental at times, that side. But elephants, much like humans, have their own personalities. So you do get some grumpy ones and some that wake up on the wrong side of the bed at times. And it could just be that you have seen an elephant at the wrong time or on the wrong day. But at least the ones I've seen here, they've seemed to have been pretty relaxed. The ones in Mashatu, for example, have seemed to be quite a bit more boisterous. They chase a lot more game away there. This bull, though, seems to be very relaxed and allowing everything else to be around. The other one was a little bit temperamental and he's scared of that big herd of zebra. But I think that's more just posturing and throwing weight around than anything else. Hi, Gail. That's a very interesting question. And you do see it quite often with elephant. It is also noted that they do have a specific side that they choose. So they can either be right or left tusked. But they do that, I suppose, also just to take the weight off their trunk. If you had something heavy hanging off the front of your face, you'd probably also try to do that if you had tusks. But I suppose also, you know, sometimes just playing around, or they're comfortable with that as well. But I would assume that most often or not, it is just to, you know, rest that trunk. So you do also see when they are resting or sleeping, that trunk goes quite dormant and they almost like fold it and rest it on the ground as well. But you won't see it moving at that time either. But right now, obviously being awake and flipping it over that tusk, it would more than likely just be to rest their trunk. You know, come a little bit closer into the springbuck here. They seem to have got a bit more confident. It'll be interesting to see because this Ellie looks like he might go towards the left, but he is kind of hanging around where that fresh water is, so he might actually just hang around this afternoon, much like they did yesterday. But the springbok seems to be keeping an eye on him as well, so if he does get loud, if you want to call it that, they will definitely bolt out. We do also have that acacia pied barbet in the background here again. I could hear it there. It's always fascinating to see the amount of animals and the numbers of them that are running around or coming down to the waterhole here. Constantly moving landscape. See the zebra quite loud at the moment too, so someone's not happy with someone. Not too sure who, they're a little bit far away for us to tell, but that is what's happening. We will just sit here and just watch and just see, because I think this Ellie's mostly just going to chill when these springbok are kind of milling in and out. Maybe that herd of zebra in the back there might come down. So I'm going to just go across here and we can just sit and watch for a second. As you can see, the oryx have also got quite bold. This Ellie, obviously, as I've mentioned, is very, very relaxed. So they are taking their chances. They're pushing right close into him and just almost immersing themselves up to their bellies with the water and really cooling down and drinking at the same time. But that Ellie would have stirred up quite a bit of the silt when he was in there and splashing himself. So I don't think the water is probably at its clearest right now. We will wait and see. They don't seem to mind either. But as these oryx decide and enjoy themselves in the water, and this Ellie seems to also just kind of hang out, we are going to go and see what Trishal is up to in Amakhala.
It is its secretary bird. Oh, this is so exciting. Now, I have seen this one before, but we haven't managed to put it on camera yet. I'm going to be quiet and let's just watch because it's hunting and it's been punching at the ground and it swallowed something as well. There's birds alarming at it. So let's just watch for a little bit. if you can hear that high-pitched sound. It's a sound that a lot of beetles make. But it could also be frogs or birds. But it was clearly in that spot where it was hunting, quite close into that bush. But now it's moved off, that sound has stopped. I wonder if you can pick up that it's also moving with its mouth open. And that's because it's gotten really, really hot here. And this bird is going to be feeling very hot. That's why its mouth's open, so it can cool the insides of its mouth and also the blood that flows through those areas. Feels quite intense watching it. Okay, we're just going to reverse a little bit so that we can get it in shot. Sorry if it is bumpy, which I'm sure it is. We're on the top of the ridge at the moment, so it's particularly bumpy. I'm trying to take it slow. A little bit more back, BK. Hopefully it'll... Okay, I see it. Let me reverse more. You tell me if when you spot it. So BK is sitting higher than I am, so he'll be able to tell me if he can spot it. Okay, got it. Andrew, I will get to your question in a moment. Let me just get us a view again. Let's just stay put here, because it is likely to come up again. It's just that because of the slope, if it goes further down, then we'll lose a visual, and I think that's what happened anyway. We'll just wait. For now, I'll chat to you about Andrew's question. Andrew asked, what other methods of cooling down do secretary birds have? So basically with all birds, down there or down?
Down there. 1 o'clock.
Let's see if there's a road. I think there might be a road. Ah. BK dashing hopes like that.
Oh, sorry.
So with all birds, there's some primary ways in which you can manage your temperature with thermoregulated. One is that you change behaviors. So for an animal, they go and seek out shade. For a human, you may put your jacket on, take your jacket off, go into an air-conditioned room, etc. So those are behavioral changes. Then there can be biological changes or chemical changes, and that's when you start to sweat and things like that. But birds don't sweat. So one of the main ways that they thermoregulate is by opening up their mouths and then getting cold air onto their palate. And by having the cold air on their palate, any blood that moves through that area gets cooled and then moves into the body. There's also a method that involves opening the mouth and moving the gula area. That's a gula fluttering. Again, it's the same thing. You're trying to thermoregulate by cooling down the blood that is closest to the surface in those areas. And then that cooler blood gets transported around the body. It's okay. I can't see anything, by the way. So BK could be lying to me and to you guys, but I don't think he'll do that to us. I want to stay put and just wait it out. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Oh, yes. Wow. What magnificence. It sort of reminds me of like a kind of Egyptian god that's a mashup of animals, or like a griffin, because it's got this head that's eagle-like and this body section that's almost duck or hadida-like, and then these legs of a crane, but then large talons as well. Come on, come up this way. It would be such a treat to get it close. These are endangered animals. And just an absolute treat to be able to see one. And when we just arrived, it was boxing at the ground, and that's how they kill their prey. But it's such a sight. Look at it moving its head from side to side. Is there something there? It really moves its legs quite wildly when it finds something that it wants to eat. Like it's stomp, 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 but wildly. Obviously, it has to be, because it has to effectively kill the animal that it wants to eat. And it's gone out of my view. Beaky still got it? That's a really healthy looking secretary bird. It looks really, really nice. The colors are bright. The feathers look well aligned. The feathers on its crest look healthy. It's got bright red patch on their face. It just looks like a really good, healthy secretary bird, and that's really nice to see. I have had the unfortunate experience of seeing a not so healthy looking one before. And it's gone. Okay, let's keep on moving. We are, like I said, right at the top of the ridge. I love that when you're at the top of the ridge, you can see down into the basement. That's something that I'm really not used to at other reserves, because you have to go onto the road to see what animals are on the road. But here, you can look down into the basin. And I love that. And I see a few things. So we're going to head down there and we're going to send you back over to Alex at the Okakoyo waterhole.
Thanks, Chachala. Awesome to see secondary birds. They are a favorite, I'm sure, of many. But we're back here with the zebra and the springbok. That elephant seems to have pushed off. So I am hoping we can get that dazzle that I was talking about earlier. It looks like they are kind of mulling in and out and about. But everyone seems to kind of have relaxed a little bit more now that the elephant have pushed off. But let's go in a little bit closer. It's always great to watch these guys drink here. It's quite fascinating, actually. But as always, this is an immersive and interactive experience. So if you do have any questions, comments, or anything you would like to chat about with us, please do send that through. We'd love to answer or chat with you about anything you might have interest about. Almost looks like they're puckering up the water, these zebra. Do you have those little blacksmith lapwings running around in the background there? Almost paranoid running around, I suppose, with all the activity that has been around so far today. I do actually quite enjoy just sitting here and just watching these guys indulge. Nice casual Sunday afternoon for the zebra. Never a dull moment, it seems, down here or up here in Okakoyo. At least today we've had a constant stream of antelope and zebra and plains game coming through, as well as the elephant. Haven't seen any giraffe or impala yet today, but that might change as well as the afternoon gets warmer and the day gets longer. But it's been quite a busy day with zebra, springbok, and there were some kudu around earlier. We unfortunately didn't see it when we were live, but it was a decent sized herd of kudu that came through as well. Hi Diana, yes, there are advantages to their stripes. So when they are actually in a group like that, and when we call them in the collective a dazzle of zebra, well, that's one of the collective names at least. But that dazzle refers to when they are mulling about and those different stripes going across themselves and around. That does create confusion for predators such as lions, possibly even leopards, but the leopards won't go for fully grown zebra, they'll go for the fawns. But that definitely will create a almost like, I suppose, like a mirage type effect, because they don't see in color. So that would then create a very much confusing illusion, and very hard to pick out an individual that might be ill or unwell, maybe with an injury or whatever, to see that. So it's always interesting, and I will zoom in again, and you'll notice when they do come in, that dazzle does create quite a confusing thing, and it is quite hard to then make out the different individuals then that are together. But there are other advantages. We did speak about it a bit earlier as well. Obviously with heat regulation, so the white obviously reflecting heat and the black obviously absorbing heat. And there is debate around whether those stripes are actually beneficial with regards to warding off flies and other, I suppose, insects that might want to land or bite them. But that is also why their pelts actually are loose, and I did speak about this earlier, and that's why you see them always shaking and shivering, is they are quite a loose, I suppose, pelt that is on them, or skin that's on them, and they do shake. So when they move their heads as well, you do see the creases in their skin as well. But as you can see, as they move in here, that is quite confusing itself, just following that zebra along this background or substrate as well. They are quite relaxed, it seems. Nothing's really spooking these guys off. And that huge herd was around earlier, and the elephants did move. It did kind of scare off a large number of them. But these are definitely a different family grouping of zebra that has come through. That is with us currently. They are also known to take on local migrations. So there is quite a big one in Bots. It happens in the Kalahari. I do need to read up a little bit more about if there are any local migrations here in Etosha, but it doesn't seem to be that is the case, at least from my understanding currently. They obviously join in on the migration with the wildebeest in East Africa. So within the Masai, Serengeti and Ngorongoro conservation areas, that huge, massive migration that goes on there. And there's actually another wildebeest migration that goes on, and that's in Zambia.
In celebration of World Animal Day, we have a very special AMA planned. Explorers can join us for the biggest Ask Me Anything session to date. And it's all about animals. Submit your animal questions to wildearth.tv/questions by the 1st of October and hashtag AMA so that we can answer you. See you there.
So something's obviously causing a huge ruckus here. I have tried to come out just to see what might have caused that disturbance here at the dam. Who knows, we might have something interesting. Maybe even a predator. Who knows? I haven't been able to see anything just yet, but I am keeping my eyes peeled. Maybe it has something to do with a service vehicle I did see earlier. Like in all parks, we do need to have service going on and maintenance. But as these animals have dispersed, I think it's time for us to disperse down to Tshala in Amakhala.
To Amakhala with Tshala with some vervet monkeys that are having a field day in these bushes. So we saw one, and then we saw others, and then it ended up that they're in the bushes all around us. In fact, there's one next to the car in a bush, but we can't, I mean, you won't be able to see him, but we can have a great look at these ones in front of us. Now, I'm quite upset because this vervet monkey, that was the last animal I needed on my bingo board last night. And unfortunately, it doesn't count if I have them today. So I was a bit angry with them and I was going to just drive past. But then I thought, no, I should probably share it with you. Also, I don't ever do that. But sometimes you can get irritated with the animals. And vervet monkeys have a particular knack for doing that. Especially if they've been stealing stuff from camp. And then you see them outside. You're like, no, I'm not going to do a segment on you. You are mean to me. And they can be mean. They can be quite aggressive, particularly to females. I don't know how they can tell. But there's other people in camp that are similar build to me, males, who they won't behave aggressively towards, but they'll behave aggressively towards me. And I could be doing the exact same thing as them, but no, they're able to tell. But you would never say, considering how peaceful. Just as I was saying, just how peaceful they are, there's a bit of a fight going on the right. You would have heard that. I'm not going to do it loudly. They don't like it when you make vervet sounds. They're talking. They seem to be pretty comfortable with our presence without giving us too much attention, which is pretty much perfect. Look how careful they are as they pick exactly the fruit that they want off of this tree. So dexterous. Vervet monkeys are so well studied. So well studied. And it's such a pleasure to be able to encounter animals in the wild that are this well studied. Because we really get to understand the literature that we read. I'm no expert in vervet monkeys, except they have broken into my house many times over my several years of living, making this exact sound. But I have read that vervet monkeys can suffer from high blood pressure, they can suffer from stress in the way that we suffer from stress, not just biological stress, as in when there's chemical stress in the form of oxidants and things like that. Actual stress where they get stressed about the baby not being in sight and, being in this tree when they want to be in that tree. That kind of stress. Anxiety as well. And also some of them, and I'm not sure, actually I can figure out how this has been tested, they have alcohol dependency issues. But this is something, for animals that live around people, and like I'm sure you've seen pictures of baboons that are smoking and things like that. Animals that live around people, especially, primates that live around people, seem to have these issues. Maybe it's not a primate, maybe it's not a being around human issue, maybe it's just primates are more susceptible to some kind of dependency or / crutch / addiction. Who knows? For now, I think we can just sort of giggle at the fact that there have been studies that have found that they can be dependent on alcohol. Not these ones, though. I mean, we hope. They're very much living in a wild area. Yes, there are lodges around. Ooh, Taylor, you'd like to know what I think is their most fascinating behavior. I think for me it's a social behavior. So they have an incredibly complex set of behaviors and social interactions, from kin recognition, so being able to recognize their youngsters, their family, their mothers, etc., and behaving differently towards them based on the fact that they can recognize them, I think is amazing. Even so, I read once that the young are often taken care of by females in the troop. But it obviously would react strongest to its mother. But the female which it reacts second strongest to is its grandmother. Even though it doesn't necessarily spend a lot of time with its grandmother or is handled by her often, but it will react to its grandmother very strongly, second only to its mother. I think that's pretty amazing. But the thing that I find most interesting about that class of behaviors, the social interactions behaviors, is that they tend to be spiteful. So they can act spitefully towards individuals to gain an indirect advantage. So it could be that somebody is come on, you can roll. Okay, we're gonna have to move. Yeah, so they can be spiteful to get an indirect advantage. So that means that maybe there's an alpha or a highly ranked female individual, and somebody else knows that they want to be highly ranked, and so they can act spitefully towards those that are in support of the dominant individual, and try and get them to loosen or lose their admiration or whatever it is for them. Respect, however they determine their alpha individual. They're around here, be careful. So usually I say however they determine, because usually alpha individuals are determined by fighting, good. By fighting and dominance displays in that, but given that what we know about the complexity of their social interactions, I am sure it is a lot more than that. It's about relationships. It's about their attitudes towards each other. And that's why I think that spite can, or that kind of spiteful behavior can actually play an important part in the troop and their relationships. They've been found to destroy, so if they find a food source that belongs to another individual, maybe a dominant individual or one that they don't like, they've been found to destroy it instead of eat it themselves, which I think is a purely spiteful behavior that gives them an indirect advantage. And off they've gone. I think BK still kind of got them through that bush. No. They're steadily moving up the mountain here. I mean, they're going to move around the entire day because they're strictly diurnal. As soon as nightfall comes, as soon as the sun sets, even before the sun is set, when the sun is starting to appear around the horizon, about to go down, they will already be roosting, finding a place to settle in. So this time of the day, even though it is really hot right now, this is when they will be most active because they've got to forage as much as possible, get everything that they need to get done during the daylight hours. Way in the distance I see some elephants, so we're going to make our way down that side. This is what I love. Remember I said to you about how when you're in Djuma or in that kind of savanna areas, thicker grass, thicker bushes, tall trees, it's really difficult to be able to say that, oh, there's this, I can see something from here on that road. In fact, we used to be able to do it from like Zoe's Road area and look onto Quarantine, even Rebecca's Road, and then look onto Quarantine, just because of the landscape, the shape of the landscape. But it was such a fraction, a small space. Here from the top we can see right down into the basin and see anything that moves around. And I love that. Although obviously by the time you get down there, then you can't see very well, and you've got to hope you're getting in the right area and moving in the right direction, which I think we are. BK is my map here. I don't know the roads very well at all, except the main ones, but I can tell which biome I am in it at least. So quiet. That is the sound of the heat of the day. That is what that is. Okay, well, we're gonna have to keep on moving. I will try to keep it very smooth. It's quite fynbosy out here. In certain patches I can smell it. Uh-oh, it's gonna get bumpy. Okay, before it gets bumpy, BK, can we see the elephants walking? Okay, let's get past this power line first. Good, here? Past. We'll get past the power line and then I'll show you what I saw from the top here and where we're gonna go down to. Okay. Oh, look at that. That's what I love seeing. It's so, they look so small moving along. I also really like observing an animal from afar. Observing them with them not knowing that you're there. I mean, that sounds a little bit creepy, but it's not. I like to be a lurker. But I think that we should start heading down so we can actually catch them. I just saw two other things that looked interesting that I want to just check out. They're just past this bush that I saw down into the basin. I mean, I know they're probably not lions, but it's always good to check. Oh, no, of course they're not. I thought it might be like a lion crouching down very carefully so that it could pounce at something, but instead it was just two humongous warthogs. Okay, let's keep on going. Well, while we make our way down and maybe look for some fossily treasures on the walls here, we're going to send you over to Alex. He's at the Djuma waterhole.
Thanks, Rashala. So we're here and we do have these impala, and there were some Inyala around just now as well. And I was keeping an eye out for the resident Jacana that's around, because it is quite interesting just to see what it's up to all the time. And we do have our geese. I know that there are a few fan of the geese and their little young ones, so we can zoom onto that because they are going right up to Dewey. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they do get there. This brood of goslings has become quite popular, so good just to see them out and about. And Dewey the hippo is completely unfazed with their presence, so interesting just to see how that all works, because we were talking about it earlier, how hippo don't necessarily like it when other animals come into their space. Looks like he did take notice there now, however nothing really that caused too much concern for him. But I'm going to try and see if we can find that Jacana. Actually, there it is right there. So I'm going to zoom in onto that. It's always fun to watch and something different for us to see today as well. Hi Victor, so Any intruders? Well, I mean, clearly humans, but hippos are obviously only really territorial in water. When they're out of water, they actually aren't territorial because they would be out feeding and foraging. However, it has been noted, and I've even seen it, when other predators have chased antelope into their spaces. They have also been known to kill those animals as well. And that is also due to the fact that they are territorial. It's not necessarily that they're going to eat anything, although they have been known to test carrion. They aren't consumers of it. They are primarily grazers, but they are very territorial of their spaces. But great to see this jacana hanging around here. There aren't obviously any lily pads, but this little vegetation spot here, this little brackish area right here on the fringe of this dam, it's obviously quite full of insects and little arthropods for it to eat and feast on. There aren't any chicks around as well because they are noted to carry their chicks around under their wings as well. So it's actually awesome when you do see them on lily pads and they have their little chick legs hanging out from underneath their legs or wings. Also, they look quite strange when they are flying. You see these almost this long flight gear hanging out behind them, that being their legs, and their wings going around. But they don't fly too far, obviously. Obviously, those big toes are for wading, as you can see there, and they can spread those toes out very wide. And of course, he's decided to go just behind. We didn't really want him to. We're going to lose visual of him now. I'm going to zoom out and have a look and see what we can see. Can hear some magpie shrikes in the background as well, and we've got a young Inyala, so we're adding to our species list for the day. It's two, some ewes and a young bull. So we're basically one species off of our list of yesterday to match it. We do have a little bit more time, so quite possibly could change, and we might even match our list of yesterday. It looks like these Impala and Nyala are going to drink, so we'll just track them for a minute and see where they go. Only seen one hippo so far today, so we still are waiting to see the other two, the calf and Dewey's new girlfriend. She hasn't been named yet, so I'm sure someone might decide on what her name is. I'm not too sure who's going to throw names into a pot just yet, but I'm sure I'll be informed as well, and I will therefore inform you once I know, unless it happens on another show. It was interesting yesterday as we did notice that the Inyala and Kudu were grazing. They're not really known for that. They're generally known to be browsers, whereas the Impala are mixed feeders, so grazers and browsers. So it was quite interesting just to note that was the case yesterday, just with some new shoots that were around the dam. Also another young little bull, younger than the other one that is on the right, or that has just gone behind. And I'd say that the smaller one is probably a calf from this last season. The other one is probably around 2.5 years old. Gabby, yes, there are female antelope that do have horns, and those are the hartebeest and tsessebe, as well as the roan and sable as well, and eland. Eland also have horns, and out of the family that these guys are in, eland are the only ones that have horn. So kudu and Inyala and bushbuck, their females don't have horns, but the elands do have horns. I must just check Setatunga because those are also part of the same family, but I do think my memory serves correct that females don't have any horns. but the biggest of that family is the eland. You don't really get to see them here in Djuma, but in Mashatu and up in Etosha definitely. They're more located within the greater Kruger and Kruger up north. So that would be closer to the Limpopo. Yeah, from what I can see, the female Sitatungas don't have horns. So it's only the eland of this family that do have horns. They are very closely related and actually one of the older antelope families. Okay, so it does seem like the impala and that Nyala, or those Nyala, have decided to go into the thickets, as well as we've been left by our Jacana and the saddled stork. So I do think it's time we go and have a look up in Mashatu. I think we are starting to get hotter again up there with regards to the amount of animals coming through to the waterhole there too. So we do have a nice little Ellie here, and from what I was seeing, he was chasing those wildebeest around just now. And it looks like the cacophony of sound coming from our Meave starlings is back. And there's a wildebeest that's pushed in here on the left. So I'm just going to scroll here and we can actually try and watch the interaction and see how this elephant actually bosses these wildebeest around. So it might be interesting to see if he does come to the wallow again. Looks like that Egyptian goose is still hanging around. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So I do think we might get some action with the elephant there on the left hand side. He might come spray himself with some mud. Possibly even chase off that wildebeest. Yeah, it looks like that's his intention, so we'll just hang around and watch what goes on. Not happy with the wildebeest. But more than likely going to now decide to come to this fresh water here, coming out of the borehole's pump, or the spring. Did look like he might go and start to throw mud on himself, but that could change. He could go back. I think it was better to push the wildebeest away from his fresh water. Hi Bradley, yes you are so right. But you know, when it is time for you to throw your weight around a waterhole and you command the presence that an elephant does, I suppose you want every other animal to know that that is why you are the top dog on top of the hierarchy as well. So it does come down to that, but I suppose also a lot of it is due to the fact that they think it's fun to push other animals around, and just also let them know where they stand with regards to how high they are on the pecking order. But we do see this quite often with Ellies. We didn't have it earlier when those other bulls were around in Etosha. There was one that got a bit cheeky, but the other was very relaxed. This guy definitely chased a lot of the wildebeest around. I was watching him on the side when we were in Djuma. I could see him chasing the bulls around. Or those wildebeest bulls. A nice few giraffe as well in the background. I think they'll also hang back. But as I was expecting, I think he is going to get in here. So we are just going to watch him to see how he goes about spraying mud on himself. Bit of a pity that he's facing away from us now. It would have been quite nice to watch him side on or front on. I'm just going to come out a little bit and just see if there is anything else that's decided to come down, just because he is facing away from us. So as much as Ellies are great to see, sometimes not that cool to watch them spraying themselves from behind, and we did have some of that earlier. We might change that. And we have some zebra that have joined us as well, so we might see him actually chase the zebra off too. Awesome. So I can actually hear African mourning dove, which I haven't heard yet, and I've been waiting to hear it. So that was quite cool. That little trrr, that is a mourning dove. I think if I'm correct, I'll just need to check that out, but I think I'm pretty much sure that that is the case. However, while the zebra and this elephant decide whether he is going to bath and the zebra are here for a drink, we are going to go and check up with Ralph in Kariega.
So, I am just enjoying watching these shell ducks having a lovely swim here at the Scotia Dam. These are the youngsters, one of the 7. They really seem to be enjoying themselves. They are known to dive under the water as well. So, the Egyptian geese have been harassing them every now and then they do dive under and come up somewhere else. It's a good evasion tactic, but it just seems like now they're having a bit of fun. There we go. And I must also say that these ducks have just learned to fly over the last couple of days. And as always, don't forget to send us your questions and your comments. Jump on board with us. What would you like to know about what we are watching or anything else? Enjoying themselves. See there? Just learning to fly. Whoops! There's a crash landing. Luckily it was in the water. That one in the back really seems to be having fun. Not much, all sort of calming down now with the heat. See how the wind's coming through now. It's getting hotter but windier at the same time. It's always difficult to take photos of when there's so much movement like that. You need to have a very fast shutter speed, or you can slow it down and let it be blurred. Doing a bit of porpoising. Of them, not all of them. There's one. There's a little grebe as well. really showing their colours now. Growing up. Blacksmith lapwings calling. There was a monitor lizard. There's one resident here. I haven't seen him today, but he was here yesterday. And the blacksmith lapwings were dive bombing it, chasing it off. Up on the plane, that's a zebra. With the impala. So a very calm setting.
This is amazing. And now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants are huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion and the lioness. They're still going after them. Look at that guy charging. Hey!
It seems like everyone is joining the party. I'm speechless. This is really, really amazing. Hyenas love one.
So we're back here with the zebra in Okakuyo. It does seem to be that it's got quite windy up here. As you can see in the distance, there's a lot of sand being blown around. But we also have our first black-faced impala coming through. So I did say yesterday, if I did get some down here and we had the opportunity to zoom in, I would. Because I do want to show the difference of that. I can see there's more here on the left-hand side as well. So once we do get the ability to, I'm going to take us in just to have a look closer at that and show you the difference. Can kind of see it. I'm going to try get in a bit closer. I don't want them to spook off either. But you can kind of see it from there. Let's just see. But as you can see, that little dark line over there on the nose of that ram, that kind of links onto its forehead as well. And even there on the female too, you will be able to see that. Oh, I don't know why this has gone haywire like that, I will zoom out. What a sight. It's not exactly what we were looking for. We were trying to find the impala. Clearly what the Springbok thinks of our camera antics right now. But here we go. I'm going to come here to these other ones over here on the left hand side. And there you go. You can quite clearly see the black face on these impala. And as I was saying, that these impala are actually far more arid adapted than the other impala we get, or at least on these feeds. So those down in Amakhala and Kariga, and those across in Djuma and in Mashatu. So these guys are a lot more arid adapted, and you can quite clearly see the black face on that impala. So this is the second subspecies of impala. Really cool to see. So you do only get them up here in Namibia and in southern Angola. So you do need to visit Etosha or southern Angola along Damaraland to find impala like these. Find this quite fascinating. I haven't seen them this up close yet, so it's quite cool. Also notice that the horns are a little bit shorter than those that I'm used to seeing, but that could also just be the individuals. I'm sure there are some with bigger horns too. These guys seem quite well fed at the moment. They look like they are in good condition. But just also interesting just to see the black face on these impala. I'm going to try and keep it in frame for now because we haven't really seen too many of them around. So while they do hang around, try and keep with them a little bit. Otherwise they are pretty much the same as the other impala we get in southern Africa. Toodaloo black-faced impala. That was the end of them, it seems. I'll try and see if we can get some more content of them. Just come out and see what else might have joined us. See, this impala here seems to have started to drink, so we'll try and track them for the moment. But ever since, so we had vast herds around here earlier, and ever since that time when they all got spooked, I'm not too sure what it was that actually spooked them, but everything kind of pushed off and there wasn't actually much around for a while. It is starting to pick up slowly again. But I'd love to have known what it was that actually spooked off all the numbers of game that were there. So there we go. We can quite clearly see the black face on this impala. And it's also quite cool to note the difference in size between impala and springbuck. That is a little female springbuck over there. There's a male also going off, so you can tell the difference just because of the horn size. So the thicker width are the males and the very thin width are the females. So rams and ewes. I'm going to come out. It seems the wind is starting to play up again. Also gives us a chance to see what else might be coming down for a drink. It looks quite empty at the moment. So I was saying there was something that spooked off the vast numbers of game that we had here earlier, and I'm not too sure what it is. But I have a feeling it is somewhere around in the area. It has obviously meant that the numbers of game that we were watching earlier is obviously decreased. But still cool, we did get to see our black-faced impala, and I did want to show you that today. We didn't get the opportunity to really view them yesterday. So as we watch the numbers of these springbok build up, I think it's time for us to go and see what Tshala has found in Amakhala.
We have found these ellies that we saw from the top of the ridge. It's a lovely breeding herd, and there's a whole lot of little clay pans here. Most of them have gotten a lot done at these pans. They've gotten some nice mud on them to protect their skin from the harsh sun today, also to cool them down, but not drinking. It's quite muddy here, but no loose water. It's a really lovely herd. It's so nice to see this, because we don't get this type of soil in Djuma. And so when the pans get wet, the soil is more of like a grey color and sodic, whereas these are quite clay rich, and so you get this red color on the elephants that I think looks very pretty. This is quite a grassy area of the reserve, quite open, and you can see that the flowers are abundant. We have these abundant in these yellow button flowers, and then these purple royal carpets. There we go. I think it's just stunning. Amakhala really has such beautiful scenery. If you have any questions about the scenery, the landscape, these elephants, please remember to send us those questions and comments. We'd love to chat to you and learn with you all those wonderful things. For now, I think this is a good time to be silent there. Moving off slowly. It's just such a beautiful scene. So take it in. I can hear a Klaas's cuckoo in the distance, and probably you didn't hear it, but I would love to see one. Fiona, hi. You say there are huge herds of elephants at Amakhala. Wow. I know it does look this way, especially if you haven't seen larger herds. But in total in Amakhala, there's about 30 elephants, which is not a lot at all, actually. I think the reason that they look larger here is that because the space is open, we can see all of them at the same time, so the herd looks larger. But, for example, in Djuma, we don't usually get to see all of them at once unless they're drinking or on quarantine. Otherwise, they're kind of dispersed amongst the thickets, and it doesn't have the same kind of impact as seeing all of them out in the open. But herds can indeed get huge. This herd is only about 16. As they move off and down into that area, I won't be able to follow them. And soon you'll see our pole. So we'll just show them to you for as long as we can, and then we'll let them go on their way. There's not a single cloud in the sky. Just beautiful. There's a couple of elephant bulls that we saw a little bit earlier on as we were making our way towards the herd. And we also saw a really, really old elephant. She was stunning. She's part of the herd that we're looking at now. It's just that when we saw her and noticed how old she was, it was when they were crossing in front of us in a dip. And we could see just how old she was. Her temporal glands were all sucked in. Her mouth was sort of loose and sucked in. Very wrinkly. There we go. That was so lovely. I felt so relaxed. Very, very relaxed. And it smells beautiful and fresh, but it also smells quite warm. Alright, let's keep on moving, and I'm going to send you over to Alex and see what he's got there at Mashatu.
Thanks, Trishala. It's also nice and sunny and cloudless here. We did have the giraffe here, but they are kind of pushing off. And I did promise everyone that I would try and keep an eye on that warthog that I saw limping. So I'm going to have a look where it was, but I do think it's pushed off as well. I unfortunately wasn't able to keep tabs on it, but I will come back out and see if these giraffe come back. But it's been quite a busy day as well again here. And this wallow is definitely increasing with size, but that Egyptian goose has also kind of found refuge on that side of the dam today. It was further left yesterday, but it was interesting to see how on different days the animals and the birds all decide on where is most favorable. But we're going to have a look and see if those giraffe decide to come back. There were quite a few of them just now. And as I was saying before we cut from here, that actually was the African mourning dove. So I was correct. Just had to double check myself there. Sometimes when you're hearing different birds all over different places, it's hard to remember where or how you have got to those points. But it was definitely a mourning dove earlier. So I'm just trying to pan across and see where those giraffe might have gone off to. It's starting to get very, very hot in Mashatu, I can assure you that. There's that giraffe in the distance there now. We haven't seen as many elephant here as we did yesterday. That does not mean to say that they won't come through. Obviously, we did mention that there are around 700 odd here in Mashatu, so the chances of us seeing a lot more of them are quite high. And I'm sure at some point this afternoon there will definitely be more of them around the water. But at the moment we do kind of have just 2 giraffe at the background. The hyena that were around yesterday haven't shown up, and we haven't been able to see the croc in 3 days. So I wonder where he's got to. But I have a sneaking suspicion that he has set up for an attack at some point. So kind of an ambush attack. Where that would be, I don't know. That being a crocodile ambushing attack. What is also interesting about crocodiles is there's a school of thought that if you are in an area with crocodiles and you happen to be crossing rivers or streams, you never cross at the same point, because they actually recognize where that point is and then they set up that ambush there. So even if you were an impala, it would never be wise to go and drink in the same point either, because a crocodile would note that and actively set up an ambush from there. But that's just some interesting croc stuff. No croc so far. I'm sure what will be interesting though, at some point when it does start to rain, we might see some foam nest frogs starting to build their foam nest frogs around this area here as well, with these overhangs and that. Interesting that I haven't really seen too many kingfishers. I thought there might have been a malachite or a pied kingfisher around, but that could also change. Birds are obviously nomadic and can fly to wherever they wish. So, I mean, and we are quite close to the Limpopo River, so with there being a bit of water there, there'll be a lot more water bird that side than actually here on the dam. So, also with the geese, that is also a thing. It does seem like we have more action down in Djuma, so I think it might be a better idea to go and have a look and see what is happening there, just because our crocodile is evading us, and it might be better just to have a look and see what else is happening in other spaces as we reach the climax in terms of the heat of the day. So we're back in Djuma. I know there is a giraffe here, so I do want to show you that, obviously, because to look for a crocodile could take us a very long time, and don't necessarily have the most time to look for crocs at the moment. But when we do find them, we will definitely show you where the croc is. So I have a look here. I did see a giraffe just now. He might have actually also just pushed off. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Obviously through there and in that drainage line is where all the impala and Inyala decided to walk off into. I can't seem to find the giraffe currently right now. There's a hoopoe calling in the background. Let's have a look and see if our friends the terrapin or the monitor are here. They generally kind of sit right here. At least that's where I've seen them the most, but it doesn't look like anyone's home. Probably out at Sunday lunch. There's a lilac-breasted roller calling as well. That quite raucous sound that you hear in the background. Very beautiful birds, but an ugly call. Weird how that works, but we are back here with the Jacana. That has decided to pop out, so I'm going to just leave us here for a minute. So I do just want us to get a little scope on how long those toes are now that this is open or out in the open. But if it doesn't really want to move, I suppose let's just have a second here. Otherwise, as we wait for the animals to start to play ball with us again, I think it's time for us to link back to Ralph and Kariga. He's got something interesting to show us.
Well, I've just been graced with the presence of 11 giraffe. They've all come out and started feeding, and I'm just going to pan across slowly and show you all of them. Some more, as always, very cautious. They're watching me, watching them. Really making for a nice sighting here at the Scotia Dam. They were all huddled up a minute ago. Like two bookends. Journey of Giraffe. Lola, yeah, I agree with you 100%. What a magnificent scene. Just trying to get quite a few photos in here. That's it, patience always pays off. It was pretty quiet and then suddenly they appeared. Which ones to follow now. I was hoping they'd come down for a drink. Seem to be moving off. Although, I think if we carry on here, we might see them drinking at another pond. Maybe they're not going to drink because I'm here. But they might drink over there. There's a little water hole there. Loosely associated in a rather large group though. This group of giraffe. So Sandra, yeah, they can do on different reserves. They would have to travel for long distances, like there in Mashatu, for instance. They've got the Limpopo River, but from there then there's not too many water points away from the Limpopo River, and they'd have to travel long distances from there. But here there's a lot of water points around, so they don't need to travel very far at all. And there's a lot of lush food for them as well. I'm just going to go back. There are a couple of stragglers and they're staring at me, so let's just go back across. There's one little youngster that's watching me. There he is. And the last two stragglers. I love watching how they put a very particular walk, how the left front and back and then the right front and back move at the same time. That's very important, because if they didn't do that, their legs, because they're so long, they would bump into each other and they would fall over. So they need to walk on the same side, picking up just the front just as the back is coming towards it. So you see there, right, right, left, right, left, right, left. And hyenas also walk like that, same gait. So, beautiful giraffe here at the Kariega Game Reserve. It's unfortunate we didn't get to see them drinking, but up in Etosha National Park at the Okukuyo waterhole, I wonder if there's any giraffe come down there to have a drink.
Thanks, Rolf. And unfortunately, we don't have any giraffe here at the moment, but we do have a nice big Ellie bull. And he is drinking, and there's a huge, well, I suppose huge, or I'd call it huge, quite a big herd of zebra that is drinking on the other side. So we're just going to sit here and watch. I don't think this is a bull Ellie that was here earlier. It does seem to be different. He seems to be a bit dry, but it could be the one that was here spraying himself just now and coming back for some more water after pushing off a little bit. But we do also have a nice big bull kudu. I am going to actually go on to him for a second, and then we'll come back and watch this Ellie. I do think he'll be around for a bit. Oh no, it is an oryx. So as I was saying, this is the same Ellie from earlier. You can note just because of this hairless tail. It's also just great watching them. I love watching Ellies throw mud and water all over themselves and just seeing how it ricochets off that huge frame that they do have. He seems very relaxed. Not a care in the world for this guy today. He hasn't chased off anything either like the other Ellies have in our other locations, as well as actually his friend that was around earlier as well. You can actually hear his tail rubbing against his skin, and obviously those skins are very thick and very rough. And this guy's got a huge amount of mud and dust all over him, so he's going to be even rougher, I would think. It'd be great if he turned around and looked us face on, but you can see as that mud and the dust dries, he is going white. So we have spoken about it obviously, and that's to do with the substrate that is here. He also seems to have broken tusks. Quite thick and wide tusks, but broken. I haven't been able to tell which side is more broken, which would obviously then let us know if he was left or right tusked. Haven't been able to tell that just yet, mostly because when we've been watching him, he's been facing the other way. So we will try and keep tabs on that, and just make sure that we are aware, which side of tusk, or which side tusked he is. From what I can see, I think left. Looks like that is the shorter one, but I will confirm. Hi Nina. I suppose many people also think that as well, but definitely not. I mean, they will flick their tails as and when they please. So it's not to say that it's necessarily involuntary. It would definitely be that they are, or there might be something that might be irritating them or flicking about. And I suppose to some degree, as they move around or they feel they need to move it or swat anything away, that is when they do it themselves. So I do think it's definitely cognitive, not really involuntary. But yeah, it's interesting just to see. I mean, you can see that is definitely a definite and definitive movement that he's made. So definitely cognitive. So something that was an active choice. So as we sit here, it is awesome to know that this is a live, interactive and immersive experience. So please do send through any questions, comments or things you would like to chat about. I'm more than happy to answer or chat about those things with you. This is obviously your safari and we come to you live in these different wild locations. It does seem that this Eddie is kind of holding off spraying himself. I think he has put on a few layers. He's almost done an Okakujo custom paint job on himself. Interesting again if he did face us, because it would be quite cool to see what his face looks like now after he's put his new face job or face paint on. Clearly a bit thirsty though. I'm going to zoom out and see what else might have joined us though. Looks like we have some zebra coming down. It's always interesting to see how these tusks do break, James. So a lot of the time it is obviously through the use of them as tools, but sometimes it's also got to do with the amount of nutrients that they may find in an area. So there might be a lack of nutrients within an area, and that might lead to the strength of those tusks not being as strong. So there are areas, so it is noted in Madikwe that the elephant tusks are a bit more brittle there, and that's got to do with the amount of nutrient that they might consume there. So it might also be the same case up here, just being a bit more arid, that their tusks might be a bit more brittle because of that, as opposed to down in the Lowveld or in Djuma, where you do get some very large tusked individuals. It is noted though that some of the larger tusked individuals are actually up in Tsavo, which is in Kenya, and there's a very arid area there as well. So it can also be area specific and I suppose even genetic to some degree. As we did mention, though, there are also some areas where we were earlier in Mashatu that don't grow tusks anymore. And I did mention yesterday that there are actually ellies in Sri Lanka that don't grow tusks at all, a population, and that is because of human pressure, so poaching or hunting, that has caused evolution to do that for them as well. But a lot of the time it can also just be as a tool use, so pushing things over, scratching, breaking foliage, but also it does come down to the amount of minerals that are being consumed. Cool, so it's great to see these zebra coming back down here. I actually wonder how many times the different family groups that we have watched throughout the day have actually come back again for water. I know that it is very hot up there, but it might be an interesting fact or thing to note how many different family groups have actually come through and how many times the same group has actually come through. So obviously very tough to tell because each zebra has its own markings, again like fingerprints. So getting a marking on the number that we have seen would be almost near impossible, I would think. You'd need to have a very photographic memory for that. But I am going to zoom in, just because the ellie isn't facing us, and it might be interesting just to see them drinking here. Try and see if we can get a bit closer. Hopefully they don't spook. Nice to see that these zebs are quite relaxed. They were quite skittish initially, but they seem to have calmed down. So I'm going to come out a bit here. Ellie has decided to block us, and he might actually be facing us, so we can maybe see his face paint. So just an interesting fact around zebra is that they will probably consume around 14 odd liters of water a day. So with the amount of zebra we've had, there's been quite a few liters that have been consumed. But great to see this Ellie now facing us front on. Definitely far nicer to watch them front on than watch them from behind. And he is just going after this little spring. So we're going to sit here with him and just watch how he goes about drinking out of that pump that is there. Again, they love the fresher water, so this will definitely be a treat for him. Hi, Arctic Circle. That's a interesting question. I suppose it's really up to personal preference whether you like the smells of different animals in the bush. I know for me personally, it's almost like a homecoming smelling different animals that I recognize after my time and growing up in the bush. So Ellies obviously have a very nice musty smell to me, and you can obviously tell it. There is obviously a school of thought that when male leopards mark their territory, there's the smell of popcorn, and obviously hippo also do have a smell. But you can also smell, like waterbuck as well, also have a clear, distinct smell too. So do buffalo. So I suppose it's really what you have spent the most time with in your time and how you resonate with certain smells too. Obviously driving through scat and that kind of thing is not a fun experience, and I have spent some time around wild dog dens, and that can also not be the greatest of experiences just because there is a lot of dung around. But again, I suppose personal preference and each to their own. But I love the smells of the bush. I find them very enticing. Obviously some more than others. But I hope that enlightens you on that side. I suppose maybe ask you this: what is your favorite smell in the bush? A very relaxed bull. He is not interested in anything or anyone other than his fresh water. It's amazing how he's actually just quite chilled. I'm assuming he's going to be feeding quite a bit this evening after spending this much time around the water. That way he spent a lot of time eating last night, but they do need to eat quite regularly. Great scenes. So I'm just going to zoom out again and just see what else might be coming to join us. The zebra have pushed off, as we can see them walking off in the distance. There have been lots of springbok around as well of late. But it's always just great to see a nice big bull ellie. I love spending time with them in person as well. They are always fun. Quite an iconic picture though at the moment. Just a nice big bull ellie covered in mud and dust. Not too much else around. It's quite imposing as well if you consider what the environment looks like and the substrate and everything else around him. It also seems that the wind kind of has died down. It was very dusty in the horizon earlier. But as we sit here with this ellie, we are going to leave him just to do his thing, and we're going to go and see what Rolf is up to in Kariega again.
Well, there's a lot of animals now out here on the plain. It's all changed. It was very quiet earlier, but now we have a lot of animals here, from zebra to warthogs to ostriches to the giraffe. So it's lovely. Everybody come to join us. There's all the giraffe, still moving on in the direction that they came across from. Lots of swishing of tails. There's quite a bit more flies around since we've had heavy rain and the temperature has warmed up. Oh, we have a rolling zebra. Let's see if it will carry on rolling. And there's my friend Stompy, without a tail, half a tail, little tail, Stompy tail. Oops, sorry. There we go. Still the blacksmith lapwings calling. They're probably getting irritated with all these animals moving through. They don't like it. They nest on the ground. You do see them dive bombing a lot of animals as they come past. And you can hear now why they're all called blacksmith lapwings. They pink, 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 like hammers hitting on anvils. Constantly chasing the flies with the tails swishing like that. There's a lot of biting flies as well, horse flies. All standing in a line now. Oh, bit of a kick there. Looked like he wanted to kick himself after he got kicked. Arctic Circle, good question. Well, two that I know that don't get along with each other are Nyala and Bushbuck. and they compete for the same sort of areas in the thickets. And you generally find that where one is more dominant, you get a lot less of the other. Here we have both.
Shongile was born in February 2016 to Karula, the Queen of Djuma. We watched her grow from birth to enforced independence when Karula disappeared. On the 19th of August 2016, Tandy, Shongile's sister, was on the prowl. From nowhere she appeared, and a traumatic fight ensued. That was the last sighting of her on Djuma. She disappeared into the wilderness just as her mother before her.
Look at that. There's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy. We just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, and have a look, here comes Hosana with the monitor lizard.
Hosana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosanna at the moment. Run away from this very big animal coming. That was so funny.
So we are back in Mashatu, and our Ellies have come back and joined us. I'm going to join them. They're in that mud wallow, and it seems like they are getting right back into it and actually increasing the size of this wallow. As I said, we are going to be keeping tabs to see how big the wallow actually grows over the next few days, because from the looks of things, this is where the party is at. They kind of were hanging towards the back left of us, and they were wallowing there, but I think being closer to the freshwater source, as well as having the warthog come through and start to, I suppose, make it bigger and wider, as well as them, we are going to see them actually flocking more to here. So interesting just to watch. And again, completely different scenes to where we were in Natasha a few moments ago. And the different substrates that are here, they are going to be far darker, and when they spray themselves with sand, be more red as opposed to the white. But a nice little group of 3. And I think we're going to see them come and drink from the fresh water now after spraying them. So here we go. This one looks like it's going to come in and get some fresh water. The other two seem to have pushed off. There we go. You can see its trunk doing exactly that. Might be a quick drink, just because I don't like to get left behind. I was commenting earlier that I was quite shocked that there were so few elephant that had come through today, but obviously these guys had faith in me and they decided to come through and join us for this little moment. Be interesting to see how much longer they hang around. I did watch, they had been around for a little bit, but I think now it is time to get back to its mom and sibling. So we're going to just zoom out a little bit, see if we can't track down the two of them. I'm quite interested to see if they do start dust bathing. But they are here. They might just chill underneath the shade over here for a second and possibly come for a second drink just now.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes? Our catch-ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
So the Ellies were kind of using, there's a fallen over branch over here that they were using as a rubbing post. They have pushed on, and the other Ellie that was there dust bathing has also moved on. So I'm going to give us a scan back here and see if anything else has decided to come through for us. Just bear with me, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for us to scan back or pan back right. Lots of bird life around this waterhole at the moment. I'm sure there are white-browed sparrow weavers as well. They're quite common in the area too, as well as the meaves. Haven't heard any. Oh, I was just listening there. But how I haven't heard any hornbills today. We did have the mourning dove here earlier. That was quite cool to hear. Hadn't heard one of those for a while. And it looks like there is a ground squirrel that's running around there. Well, not a ground squirrel, just a normal tree squirrel. But just trying to make out and see if it is going to come back into frame. Yeah, let me have a look underneath this tree here. It looks like something interesting. Another mammal to add to the list. Oh no, it's mongoose. So it looks like a little family of banded mongoose, but we are again quite far away. I don't want to confirm ID just yet. But that is cool to see if it is. I'm going to try and get us closer. Yep, it is banded mongoose. So that is always cool to see, and these guys are so much fun to watch as well. They're always up to something, busy scavenging and the rest, but it looks like they are actually also just taking a break in the shade. They're quite formidable as well in those little family groups too. Here we go, this is awesome. Lovely to see. They also have very strong bites. They can actually bite through a welding glove. So it's not an animal that you want to play with, because you will have very sore fingers or hands after that, if that is the case. Incredibly strong biting force. But it's great to see a little family like this hanging around. Probably, I think, just enjoying the dust and the shade over here. You might just find them doing some socializing before moving on and hunting off. It is very hot. They might even come for a drink. Always cool to see mongoose. As I said, the banded mongoose. Very, very cool. I love watching mongooses. You can see that these guys are actually quite chilled. I think they're mostly just going to be taking it easy in the shade and possibly just rolling around in the dust as well. They will obviously forage if there is anything around, and then they can take things up to snakes too. There are a lot of snakes around as well, and being this hot, I'm sure there are a few cobras around and active as well too. So these guys wouldn't be shy of that. They would definitely go for that as well. They do move around quite a bit during the day of their foraging exploits. And as we've noted, there's quite a big family group here. So, I mean, they can go up to about 40 individuals in a family group. This doesn't seem to be that big, but I mean, it is quite a sizable little troop of mongoose around. And they'll take anything else from frogs, little eggs, birds' eggs, beetles, ants, crickets, termites, centipedes, and obviously little lizards, sometimes even small rodents. They're quite a wide variety that is on their menu in terms of coming to eat. So with that wide variety and with a large amount of mouths to feed, obviously makes sense to go for lots of little insects and that, and take advantage of other things that might be nesting. So those lapwings might be a bit at risk that are around here. They probably would dive bomb these guys if they did get close to any eggs that were around. And just as a reminder to everyone, this week at Wild Earth we'll be celebrating all animals, big and small. Wild Earth will be hosting an AMA and Ask Me Anything on World Animal Day, which is on Tuesday, the 4th of October. And this will be an Ask Me Anything with a difference. Along with Tessa and Cedric and Juma, we will also have Lauren, Trishala, and Chris contributing from Madikwe, Amakala, and Pridelands. You can ask them anything, so don't forget to send in any and all of your animal questions. Join us for this not to be missed AMA on Tuesday, 4th of October at 20 to 8 CAT. And remember, this is open to explorers only. I think we're just going to sit here with these banded mongoose for as long as possible. We don't always get to see them, so it is fantastic just to watch what is going on. Probably not the best in terms of focus, but that is what is happening. As you can see, they definitely are kind of trying to cool off here in the shade and just digging in a little bit into the dust and into the ground. And also kind of going into this overgrowth that is there. So unfortunately, I wish the resolution was a bit better, but it was cool just to watch these. As I said, we don't get to see them every day. So fun to see mongoose. There are a few different other ones around here. So we also get dwarf and slender, as well as I think Salu mongoose, if I am correct. And possibly the white-tailed. Busy, busy, busy. Never a dull moment with mongoose. Them or their closely related cousins, the meerkats or suricats. But these guys are very busy, and they're obviously very close as a family unit as well. So I am going to zoom out a little bit here and just see if there has, or if anything else has decided to come and join us, just so that we can see something clearer. But otherwise, I will come back and join these mongoose. It doesn't look like they're going to be leaving anytime soon. And the water go back. So we'll try and keep both of these in frame for now. So joining the wallowing party and our meerkats are the warthogs. Just want to try and keep both in frame for now because they aren't at all irritated or bothered by each other. And it's just fun to watch warthog wallowing anyway. But it's quite cool just to keep a tab on where those banded mongoose are. The wind is picking up a little bit, so it is giving us a bit of an issue. But fun to see, and great that we got another species on our list today. So we actually ticked over our list from yesterday. We've gone to 12. I think it's going to be quite tough to match that anyway going forward. But great that we did get something different today. And we did also get waterbuck today. We didn't have that yesterday either. But you can see the little meerkats, well not meerkats, banded mongoose just popping their heads up and down and around under there in the shade. And another warthog looking like it's coming through to join the party here as well. Just make out these mongoose again. I'm going to have a little final look over here. Try and see if we can't get a nice shot of one of them. Hopefully the focus will pull correctly. You can see them all bunched up there, lying down, resting, feeding in this dust and in the shade. Not often you get to see this, and it's probably because there's no humans around to interfere them, so they actually feel quite relaxed. Thanks, Lucy. It has been great, and it's always great to end up with something different, or end off with something different. These mongooses, I think, are probably the highlight, at least from my side today, although that big herd of waterbuck were also awesome to see, and the saddle-billed stork. So it looks like it's one of those Sundays here. These mongoose don't look like they are going to be moving anywhere soon. Perfect idea, a nice Sunday siesta. It's been an amazing time on Escape to Nature today, and I've had such a great time and enjoying it with you all. But please do join us tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central Africa time, where we'll be immersing ourselves once again in nature. Please don't forget to hop over to Penguin Beach, which starts just as I say goodbye, and I hope you guys have a lovely Sunday after this. Cheers, meerkats, or mongoose.